Okay. Are we better? Testing. Are we good? All right, cool. Sorry about that, guys. I'm not a complete noob with streaming, but let's say like I'm pretty close to it, I guess. So anyhow, let me recap. Welcome to everybody. I'm Joe. For those of you who haven't met me, welcome to new viewers. Welcome to old viewers. I haven't been streaming a lot lately. I've had some family stuff. Gonna have a kid in a few months. There were some early concerns about the health, but everything looks great now. I had this fancy ultrasound this morning, like 3D images and stuff, and everything looks perfect. So we're stoked. About 3 more months until delivery time. So that's been taking up a lot of my mental space. Other family stuff, work stuff, hobby stuff has been keeping me away from streaming lately. But I have some time today. So I figured, why not play some Magic with these cool new Merfolk cards? So thank you everybody for the congratulations. It's very weird. It's like this big pivot all of a sudden happens across not even the 9 months of pregnancy, because the first 6 months, which is kind of where we're at right now, my wife's belly is getting a little bigger, but apart from that, there's really not much different. But when you get to these last few months, you start to worry about cribs and you start thinking about budgeting and financing. You're like, oh, now I need to pay for 3 people, not for 2 people anymore. And it's all a little bit weird. But those are small concerns. It's just as, the way that your mind frame sort of shifts very quickly. Anyhow, Merfolk. I see there's a few of you guys with me here. So let's check out the Merfolk. We've gotten some amazing cards to play with. You guys have probably heard or been reading all the chats in the Discord. I played a quick match last night with this deck against Blue-Red Prowess, and we won 2-0. Top deck in the format. Merfolk able to take him down. The second game, I kept a hand with 4 lands. It was 3 blue sources, a Mutavault. Mutavault's a good card. It's a creature. So you can't really count it just as a land in the opener. Then the other 3 cards were Ether Vial, Silvergill Adept, and I believe it was Suspend. So really just, the one Merfolk spell. But it draws other Merfolk spells. So I kept it. I drew into a lot more removal interaction, basically Suspend. I had brought in my Echoing Truths, and we just slowed down their couple of attackers with those tempo spells, and it got us there. It was pretty awesome. So if any of you guys missed that last night, you can scroll up to last night's Discord chat, and I put a whole bunch of screenshots in there. So let me talk about some of the particular cards here, guys. Why the Pathway? It was the first question I just noticed. So after playing Merfolk for years and years, you sort of learn that there are a few sort of gotcha cards that can get us. One of them is Blood Moon. So obviously, if we run too many non-basics, right? There's a lot of cool non-basics that we could run, like 4 Caverns, 4 Mutas, the Minamo, the Oboro. If you're running white, you're running Wanderwines or maybe Seachrome Coasts or whatever those cards are called. Blood Moon can crap on you. Sure, we don't hate seeing Blood Moon. It's not a big deal necessarily if we have Ether Vials out, but Blood Moon is a consideration. On the other hand, you have Choke and Boil, which I feel like I've been seeing more in the last year or two than I had seen in previous years. I feel like people are catching on to the power of those cards. Actually just ran into Boil the other day against a red-white. You guys know that red-white land destruction deck. They run Mana Tithe. They were running Boil. You see it every now and then. So if you get boiled or if you get choked, you're going to want those non-island blue sources, right? So I've always enjoyed having a balance of basics and non-basics. So I started off with 20 lands, but then realized the curve is lower than it has been in the past. So we can very comfortably trim down to 19 lands at this point, which is nice because it opens up another slot for a spell. So with 19 lands, I think 10 basics and then 9 non-basics is pretty good. We obviously don't have a ton of non-island blue sources, but if you get boiled, you can just top deck more islands. If you get choked, the islands are at least going to provide mana once, and then maybe we can Echoing Truth the choke, and we can untap once, and that's a big blowout for them. So anyhow, that's the thought process behind why the pathway is. Cavern of Souls doesn't provide straight up blue mana for counterspell. We've got the 4 counterspells in the board, and you do, in those sort of combo matchups, you do definitely want to make sure you have those 2 blue pips ready to go. Cavern of Souls, I'm going to overload you with gray mana sometimes. So yeah, Susben, hello. Am I going to try any core blue list with some Mariners? So my initial impression of the state of Merfolk after the cards were all spoiled was that, or when the cards began getting spoiled, was that Mariner is one of the strongest things we can be doing. It taxes things like Thoughtseize, Inquisition, while also obviously taxing removal spells on our creatures. Very strong card, but it warps the mana base for effectively 1 card. If you want to start running, get greedy and start running Rest in Peace and things like, maybe not Path to Exile, but other white removal spells, that kind of stuff, you're really going to stretch your mana base for what I feel is, and have felt for many years, not really worth the warping of the mana base. Instead of running direct removal, Merfolk has always done well with tempo spells, and that lets us keep a super smooth mana base. Another thing, apart from dumb fringe stuff like Blood Moon and Choke and Boil, more to the point, you just have aggressive decks, right? And if you're playing shock lands and fetch lands, you're constantly taking damage from your mana base. If you're running those canopy lands, you're going to keep hands every now and then with like 2 waterlogged groves as your only colored sources and take 6 damage off of those lands, and you're going to get paired against burn. I really love and appreciate the fact that this mana base is completely painless, comes into play untapped. It's just a clean, easy, monocolored mana base. As far as Castle Vantress, that is a good option. I could see it. I used to run some number of Vantresses in previous lists. Why don't we pull up Vantress here for those not completely familiar with it. It does have the downside of entering tapped if it's your only island, so it's a tiny, tiny drawback. I think I might have gotten bitten by that maybe only once or twice in the months and months that I played with this card. But the only downside basically is if you get a hand with like this and Mutavault, right? It's super clunky. It's a good card. It's a good card. I was just looking for something a little more generic, a little bit more reliable in a sense, even though Vantress is super reliable. I might come back to this. It's a very good suggestion. I had initially started with a single Wanderwine just because I'm kind of old school and had been away from Merfolk for a while. As a non-basic blue source, Wanderwine Hub is pretty free, but this is much freer. You don't have to reveal any Merfolk when you put that into play. Yeah, so Mateo, Waterlogged Grove, it's an amazing card. The Horizon Canopy Land cycle, they're all incredibly powerful. Drawing cards is one of the best things you can do in Magic. So I totally get it. If people want to run 1 or 2 Waterlogged Groves, I get it. This is my approach right now. While we're talking about lands, though, let me pause on Minamo for anybody who might not have heard about why this card is sort of newly significant in Merfolk. We're all supposed to be running 4 copies of Sviolin of Sea and Sky, and she is a legendary creature that can very easily become indestructible. 3/4, very hard to attack into. So if we attack with her, right, we draw a card. And then we can just very, very easily untap her with Minamo. Now we've got a massive, indestructible blocker, basically making attacks very difficult for our Death Shadow opponents, for our Prowess opponents, for our Jund opponents, for any, Eldrazi Tron opponents. If they want to attack, they're going to have to attacking into basically a big a big indestructible creature. So loving Minamo here, tons of extra utility compared to what it used to do. Oboro, I'm not going to explain basic functions. If anybody has questions about why the Oboro, maybe hop into the Discord and ask that question. A lot of this has been covered many times over. So Mateo, yeah, apparently the official, or the way that some official Wizards people are pronouncing it, is Sve, Svelun. I don't love that. I don't dig it. For me, the card's written in English. I don't know what language they're deriving the elements of this figure's name from, but for me, it's SVY is Svi. There's really no two ways about it. If you want to say Svi, sort of like the name ZVI, I guess I could see that, but it's definitely not Sve. That's a big stretch. Maybe in Irish, there might be, Gaelic, there might be some way out there pronunciations that I might not be aware of. But for me, right now, it's Svi. The is just kind of nothing, and then Lun, it's just emphasis on the early part of the name, lack of emphasis on the end of the name. Svilen, very lovely. For me, Svilun, for me, is trying a little hard. I get that she's her lore is connected to the moon and the tides. I see the last three letters are Lun, but in English we don't say Lun Lun unless it has an E after it, maybe an A after it, Luna. So those letters in English, Svilen. For me, that's what I'm leaning on, and I think it's a pretty name. Kind of sounds like the word violin. Emphasis on the earlier part as opposed to the later part, like violin, Svilen. So I'll leave it at that. We don't need to talk too much about the pronunciation. So what do we got? Some questions here. Used to run Minamo to untap Thassa back in the day. Yeah, but not everybody ran Thassa, and yeah, that was an option. It was actually kind of a non-bow with Kira, because if you target Kira, it just gets countered anyway. So we didn't run that many legendaries, and it really was the sort of 20th land, so to speak, just run pretty much to avoid getting screwed by Boil and Choke. But now it has legitimate utility, so I'm very excited about Minamo's function in the deck now. So let's see. Does she die if the opponent wraths with two other merfolk on the battlefield? She does not die. What happens is the other two creatures die. She does not, because she has Indestructible. She'll stay there. She will lose Indestructible because she has lost her Devotion, if you want to consider it that way. She has, instead of Devotion for mana pips, she has Devotion for merfolk. She needs two other merfolk. Not to turn into a creature, she's always a creature, but just to gain Indestructible. So if she loses her devoted merfolk, she becomes weaker and becomes susceptible to things like, I guess, double bolt, revolt enabled, fatal push, that kind of stuff. So yeah, any kind of minus effects even will kill her through Indestructible. So Dismember or Wraths that have minus effects. So let's see, what else? Rishidan Dockhand. I'm sorry, I'm pretty sure I'm pronouncing this incorrectly just because I haven't really played the port too much, so I have to get my head around it. I know in the lore, the place is Rishada, I guess is how you'd probably say it. So it's probably Rishadan, something like that, Dockhand. A bunch of us have been calling this guy Dan for short, the end of Rishad, Dan. So I Ben was handy. I guess Dan is kind of handy here. So yeah, what does this guy do? I mean, it's a 1/2 1-drop. Already the stats are pretty beefier than our other mono blue merfolk have been in the past. It's got native island walk. That's pretty cool. Some of us have run 1-drop merfolks that are just naturally unblockable, but they've always been 1/1s. I can't think of the names offhand, but there are two of them in sort of rapid succession in different sets. This guy, similar to that, kind of unblockable with Island Walk natively, but has a bigger butt, doesn't die to Renin 6, that's massive. But really, the juice on this card is the Rishadan Port ability. So just pay 1. You can even use Mutavault to pay that generic mana. Tap target land. Where is this going to come in handy? Well, pretty much in every single matchup, depending on how it plays out, right? So if you're against a burn opponent who happens to be stuck on 2 lands, just tap one of their lands, right? They can't cast any of their spells, or they just have to cast everything right away on their upkeep. Just super awkward for them. Obviously, that's not like a primo application, but it comes up. Any 2-color, 3-color deck where they seem to be stuck on a color, you're going to try to hit that color. Obviously, Tron, if you can hit one of their lands in their upkeep, keep them from casting massive spells. It's a very versatile ability. I think Rishadan Port is understood to be one of the more powerful lands that's ever been printed. It sees tons of play in Legacy, some more powerful format. It's got a broader card pool than Modern. So something that's been pointed out is that Rishadan Port actually takes the port and another land. So you're basically using 2 of your mana generating sources to get that effect. With Dan on the board, we're not attacking with him, so yeah, we're losing something. We're losing some damage. But in theory, he leaves our mana a little more open than Rishadan Port would if we were to try to run that card if it were legal. Yeah, so let's see. Rishada. Is Rishada the name of the plane, or the place where the city on the plane? It was part of Mercadia, I guess. Mercadian Masks or something like that. Tandy, I haven't played much with this yet. I don't think I've drawn this guy yet, so I'm still just sort of theory crafting right now about how it'll play out. I've been looking for the old borders. I'm trying to get all the old borders, so you can see I have 2 and 2 and 2 and 2, but they're like virtually non-existent right now. So I'm kind of stoked on this guy. I think it's high power level, certainly higher than any of the 1-drops prior to Modern Horizons 2 being printed that Merfolk has had access to. One of the nice things it does, it gives us, nice stats on a mono blue body as opposed to, like Kumena's Speaker, which forced us into green. I never really liked that. I felt kind of salty towards Wizards with Ixalan for pushing us into green. It felt so unnecessary. It seemed more geared towards Standard, but then Modern sort of picked up on it, and I've always been a big fan, as I mentioned earlier, of the smooth mono blue mono base and just the consistency that a monocolored deck provides. So moving past the Dockhand, or Dan, as we're calling him, we've got Tideshaper. I was just talking with Rothgar. He's down on this card. He feels like the fact that it dies to removal is a big downside. Takes you off Island Walk immediately, and I get that, I suppose. But previously, even if we play Spreading Seas, the opponent doesn't care about our Island Walk until the Island Walk Lords come around. And then when the Island Walk Lords come around, they just die, right? Like the removal is going to go towards the Lords. Now, if we have 2 Island Walk Lords, it's a different situation. Sure, now just removing the Tideshaper is going to remove Island Walk. But remember, if you've got 2 Lords and an Island on the opponent's side of the battlefield, Tideshaper is going to be a 4/4. Doesn't even die to 1 bolt, right? So in that situation, pretty robust for a 1-drop in particular. Another thing to note with Tideshaper is that some people are saying it's really a 2-drop, since to get value, you need to play it as a 2-drop. To make it a 2/2, you need to play it as a 2-drop. Not exactly true, that last point, because you could play out 3 of the Tideshapers in your deck, play out the 4th kicked, and then as soon as the opponent has 1 island, all of your Tideshapers are going to become 2/2s, right? So these guys work well in sequence. They work well in multiples. You can run 1 on turn 1, play a second one on turn 2. Now suddenly the first one is going to be a 2/2 and start attacking as a 2/2 right away. Rothgar brought up a good point. What about the Tron matchup? In my experience, Tron doesn't run a ton of removal. Certainly Eldrazi Tron, particularly post-board, has access to plenty of options. They run Spatial Contortion, they run Dismember. But again, like if they're going after our 1-drops instead of our Lords, I feel like that just has to be a net win for us. Particularly since, again, decks that we really care about Tideshaper that run removal are sort of few and far between. Like Mono Green Tron doesn't really run removal, not in the main deck, and I think even in the sideboard it's like maybe a couple of Spatial Contortions or something. When they're removing stuff, they're removing it with Oblivion Stone, they're removing it with Karn, so I guess this guy dies to Ugin's Lightning Bolt, whereas Spreading Seas doesn't, but Spreading Seas just gets wiped away by Ugin anyway. For me, look, you guys got to think about it this way, and whether thinking about it this way sort of convinces you or it doesn't, forever, people have been saying like, man, like Spreading Seas on turn 2, I'm not playing a creature, I'm not advancing my board state really, I'm slowing down the opponent. That aspect of Spreading Seas has never been a positive. It's never been something that Merfolk was psyched about, right? It's like, yes, we're slowing down the opponent's mana. It's not how we think about our deck. We think about our deck as getting creatures on the board, presenting a real threat early, right? This is a core tenet of tempo strategies, is like Delver. You play a 1-drop on turn 1 and ride it to victory like 4 or 5 turns later while countering the opponent's spells, removing their threats, right? This is how tempo works. So Spreading Seas, tapping out on turn 2 to not play a creature has always been bad, right? The effect is nice. It gives us access to Island Walk. Can't argue with that. Drawing a card, pretty nice. Can't argue with that. But just the tempo loss of using our turn 2 to play Spreading Seas. Now, you can play Spreading Seas later, sure, but you can also play more creatures later. But let's get back to Tideshaper for a second, right? I'm in the camp right now that sees Tideshaper as a replacement for Spreading Seas. And the reason for that is, in the past, if we look at old Merfolk decks, like if I look at, Blue Folk, right? For Spreading Seas, how many creatures? 25 creatures, right? So that means if we're drawing cards, right, 25 out of our 60 are going to be creatures. On top, and then we have Mutavaults, obviously, but I've still got Mutavaults in the new deck as well. So let's not worry about Mutavaults. Now, how many creatures do I have? Well, I have 30, right? So yeah, I mean, I just added 4 Tideshapers, so there was an additional creature added in the mix, so to go from 25 up to 30. Our creature density is significantly higher, right? While still maintaining the core effect that we're looking for in Spreading Seas, right? You say, well, what about drawing a card? Okay. Well, imagine Spreading Seas said, instead of draw a card, create a 2/2 Merfolk token, right? Or a 1/1 Merfolk token that gets +1/+1 if you control an island, right? That's sort of as good as drawing a card. In some situations, it's certainly going to be better. Having a guaranteed Merfolk body on the battlefield is always a good thing in the deck, obviously, right? So that's what Tideshaper is, right? You pay 1 blue, 1 generic. You turn somebody's land into an island. You get a 1/1 that gets +1/+1 as long as they have an island. You can go on and on talking about the situations where Spreading Seas can get removed, where Tideshaper can get removed. End of the day, running 4 Tideshapers, cutting Spreading Seas lets us increase our creature density, it lets us attack more, ultimately should let us win more. So that's where I'm at with that card. Let me catch up with chat real quick. Let's see. Stockhand is a house. Well, I'm glad to hear that's an opinion right now. When it comes to paper, I'm going to try and get some old bordered. Yeah, absolutely. I'm definitely going to get old borders. I'm not really playing too much paper these days, so I'll probably try to be patient and I'd love to have the cards in my hand like right now, like just to put them in my deck box. But they're most of the cards are pretty close to double the price they'll eventually be. If you compare the current pre-release price of the set, like every card current value, to the value of Modern Horizons 1, which has a ton of bombs in it and is out of print. The set value of Modern Horizons 2 right now is more than double the value of Modern Horizons 1. So the prices are going to drop like crazy. So if you're not playing paper, don't rush and buy those cards unless you really need them right now, because prices are going to come down for sure. Yeah. So welcome, Witch King. Inukatut, Tideshapers art looks like they're from Ixalan, absolutely. I mean, the Merfolk looks pretty badass in this art, but the thing that I love most about this art is the wave. Like, it looks so powerful. I don't know. It's really nice art, good composition. It looks like the Merfolk is completely unfazed by this, like, crazy wave, right? He's just going to stand there while this wave just crashes on him. Let's see. Tideshaper is literally a creature Spreading Seas, but it also leaves a body instead of drawing a card. Typically, you can hope to draw a creature off. Right? Exactly. Good point. I was trying to make the same point. In and out of the Discord, stuff got buried. Thoughts on stuff like Void Mirror, Cursed Totem. Yeah, hop back into the Discord. Feel free to ask any of those questions. People are always up to discuss the ins and outs of any of these new cards being run in the main or in the sideboard. There's a lot to talk about, so I'll let that discussion happen in the Discord. Etron looking to blast zone us, being 2 CMC, makes Spreading Seas a liability. Good call. You could take that comment in a different direction and say, well, they play blast zone on 1, they crack it right away, Tideshaper gets swept away, no more Spreading Seas. But if they're cracking blast zone on 1, that's got to be a win for us, right? Our other one, is Ether Vial? They're already taking care of that with Karn, and certainly most of our creatures are going to be 2 drops on the board, right? Let's see. Haven't super kept up with Modern in a while. Is Curse Catcher in consideration, or are they not really good enough anymore? So Curse Catcher, it's always going to be a good card in certain metagames. Like, if you can imagine that you're playing against spell-based combo all the time. Honestly, I can't really think about a deck that that right now is just pure instance and sorcery based, right? Like, combos are like Charbelcher these days. even the other version of Oops All Lands is or Oops All Spells is running that. I forget what it's called. It's like Underworld Informer or Vampire, some guy that just mills their deck, but it's not something that Curse Catcher can counter, right? So decks like that, you've got Ad Nauseam. They run enchantments and they run like Thassa's Oracle now. I guess you're countering Ad Nauseam. That's a good card to hit with Curse Catcher. But again, very specific metagame where you want Curse Catcher to be taxing. If you're looking for a tax effect, though, you're much better probably just playing Mariner. You could even throw potentially a Kapala into this mix if you're interested in just like that protection element that that Curse Catcher gives. Or I should say gave, because most of us are not running Curse Catcher anymore. Another element of Curse Catcher that I've always disliked, it's kind of a weak creature to begin with, and then you have this ability that makes you sacrifice the creature. Like, every time we sacrifice one of our creatures, obviously our clock is diminished. So there are surely some powerful sacrifice effects in Spirits. Like, some of their creatures have sacrifice effects, but they're just more powerful creatures and more powerful effects, I think, than Curse Catcher. So you could try to rationalize the sack ability by comparing it to some of Spirit's choices, but at the end of the day, Curse Catcher really just doesn't stack up, you know? Now we've got like a legacy playable land stapled onto a 1/2. That's amazing. We've got an old enchantment now in creature form. That's amazing. Am I happy with the spend so far? McDerp, welcome. And welcome to everybody. I see a few more people have been trickling in. So have I been happy with the spend so far? Again, I've only played one match with this deck. It was against Blue-Red Prowess. You can check out the Discord, scroll up to last night. I won 2-0 against the top deck in the format. Not saying that performance is going to be typical. I drew tons of interaction, so to talk to Suspend, it was a house, and I do recommend, if any of you guys are on the Discord, didn't see my screenshot stream last night. I probably posted like 10 screenshots throughout the match. Suspend was amazing. I drew a couple of them, I think, in each game. Possible I only had one in the first game. But in game 2, I think I suspended a Swiftspear, and then they had I had some Echoing Truths also. But towards the end, like a critical turn, they had a Sprite Dragon that I suspended. And then I untapped and drew a Lord. I had 3 creatures that I could attack with. It was I think it was Tideshaper, a Silvergill, and then I could activate Mutavault. So play the Lord, activate the 3 creatures, swing for 9, leave the opponent at 1. I have the Lord back as a blocker. And I knew that Sprite Dragon wasn't coming back as an attacker. If it were coming back, like imagine if it was just Vapor Snag or something, or just another Echoing Truth where the opponent could just recast the Sprite Dragon and attack with haste. Like with prowess buffs in the air. Well, it's not prowess, but +1 counters in the air. I certainly would have lost. So the fact that Suspend gives you that extra turn is pretty amazing, I think. I don't know that people have quite thought through all the potential uses of this card before analyzing it or assessing its value. For me, what I look at in this card right off the bat is Modern Horizons 2 is super busted. Super busted. Lots and lots of crazy, crazy powerful cards. A lot of cards people look at and they're like, really? Like, is that not just going to get banned like right away? It's like absurd. So maybe the most broken set in total ever printed, right? I don't know about Commander stuff. Like, I don't really follow that, but certainly for Modern, right? So Suspend, 1 blue mana instant, right? Blue is the color of instants, right? So next, what do we look at? What is its rarity? It's a rare. It's a rare 1 blue mana instant. It's not just for draft, right? It's not just for sealed. This is a card they intended to see constructed play. Now, obviously, the card kind of combos with Teferi. If you've got Teferi out, suspend somebody's creature, you can't cast off of Suspend with Teferi on the battlefield. So in theory, it's just like a permanent exile effect with no drawback for 1 blue mana. So that's incredibly pushed. But I think even outside of Teferi situations, the card is just quite flexible, quite powerful. Tux Dev in the Discord, I think it was earlier today, or maybe no, it was last night. He mentioned something about Suspend. The fact that it's basically Suspend 2, right? What is it? It's let's see. I need to get my head straight on this. How does it work? it's like one time counter, right? So they untap. No, it's two time counters. No, it's exile target creature, put two time counters. Perfect. Right. So two time counters. It's like the perfect amount of time counters. Obviously, if we're hitting our opponent's creatures, we'd like 7 time counters. We want the creature to basically be gone forever. But the fact that it's 2 means we can pretty comfortably use it on our own creatures to save them. Like we might use an Unsummon or a Vapor Snag or an Echoing Truth. So imagine you're playing against Control. Probably game 1, you've got a bunch of suspends in the deck. Opponent goes to just, like, they're taking a beating from, like, Silvergills, right? And they have to stop the beatdown. They go to path the Silvergill. You suspend it. It's on their turn, right? Maybe you're attacking, right? Or I guess it's your turn. You're attacking them. They path. You suspend. All right, so it goes away with 2 counters. Untap. Counter goes away. And now you get another Silvergill Adept. You get to draw another card. So in that case, suspend saves your creature. You get to recast Silvergill, keep your creature, draw another card. Seems like a pretty good use, particularly like in control matchups. And there's going to be plenty of grindy matchups where, in particular, suspending our own Silvergills is going to be pretty good. Suspending like a high-value creature like Regery, I could see also being very powerful. But for the most part, we're looking to suspend our opponent's creatures. And I think it was Bob Andy in the Discord who pointed out that the 2-turn thing is often going to be 2 turns for our opponent and basically 1 turn in effect for us. If I've got this right, we're casting this almost always on the opponent's turn, right? So imagine they attack with some big flyer, right? So we suspend their creature. They lose that attack step. So basically they've already lost a turn with that creature. And we untap, we get our attacks, then they go. They have to take one of the suspend counters off. They don't get the creature for that turn. They only get the creature on the like 3rd turn, basically. For us, imagine there's a situation where it's the opponent's turn. They attack with a massive Death Shadow. We throw a blocker in front of it, like a Silvergill, and we need to draw cards. Maybe we want to suspend our own creature, right? So we do that, and then right away on our turn, we remove one of those counters. And then on our very next turn, we get to cast, and the creature has haste, and we get to draw a card in some instances. So very flexible. The fact that it has exactly 2 counters instead of like 3, it would be super awkward to suspend our own stuff because a lot of modern games aren't really going that long. So let me check in with you guys now. Suspend is great. Better than Dismember. That's a hot take. Dismember is pretty insane. But I will say that just like I prefer running mono blue over like blue white, I prefer smooth, painless options that are natural and easy to cast in our color. And Suspend seems like a pretty cool option for that. So for those of you, again, who haven't checked out any of those screenshots, go into the Discord, scroll up, check them out. Seemed like Suspend was a pretty cool card to have in those spots. Maybe you can look at them and say, oh, what if you had X? Or, oh, what if you had Y? You know, that would be interesting discussion. But Suspend seemed to do like a unique job in those spots, like delaying the creature from coming back a turn without like me paying 4 life for Dismember, you know. So there's definite pros and cons of all of these options. So Merovec, absolutely. Whenever something comes off Suspend, it doesn't just like pop back onto the battlefield or just like phase in. It gets recast, right? So if we double check, Silvergill's text, it says as an additional cost to cast this spell. It doesn't say to cast it from your hand. It just says to cast it. So if you cast it off of like a dead spell queller, you have to reveal a Merfolk. If you cast it off of Suspend, yeah, you do have to pay the extra cost. So that's that. Kale, good to see you. Some old familiar names in the chat today. So anyhow, the 1-drops, I love them. They're wonderful. They felt good in the match last night. Well, I should say Tideshaper did. I didn't draw any Dans yet. Forces. Okay, so let's talk quickly about Force. When Counterspell was spoiled, like a long time ago, as being in Modern Horizons 2, you know, a lot of people were thinking, okay, it's a powerful card, we're going to run it in the main deck without a doubt, right? Just like a lot of us used to run Deprive in the main deck. This is just an upgrade to Deprive, upgrade to Monolith, right? But for me, the more I started thinking about, you know, the builds and what I want to be doing with my mana, we don't have a lot of flash stuff, right? We've got, in the main deck, we've got the Suspends and the Tricksters, and that's about it, right? So when we're thinking about counter magic, do we want to pass with mana up very often? And for me, the answer seems to be no, right? So if that's the case and we're tapping out, what are we going to do? Well, you're going to run Forces, right? And the card's pretty busted. Like, it's a free counterspell, so tap out, play your Merfolk, buff your creatures, get in with Island Walk, pass to the opponent, they cast a Wrath, you just counter it. They cast Ad Nauseam, you just counter it. They cast whatever, you just counter it, right? So you don't need mana. It's awesome. Run this card, right? So in some decks, in some matchups, we do want extra counterspells, and in those cases, we do run counterspell, right? I wanted to get the Japanese alternate art. That's what I have in paper. But apparently, and it makes sense, I guess, Magic Online is an English-based application. I don't know if maybe if you download it in Poland, if the interface is in Polish. But I guess I just didn't want to spew a whole bunch of Japanese language cards into what is otherwise an English-based program. That's my guess. But it's kind of sad. I love the art for the Japanese alt art counterspell, but this counterspell is pretty sweet as well. Some people hate it. It definitely seems to generate strong opinions one way or another. I like the combination of the blue and the yellow. It's pretty striking for me. So let's see. Let's catch up here. Good to see you streaming. Let's see. Void Mirror stops the suspend target for coming back. Void Mirror says it can't resolve stuff that costs mana, that doesn't get mana spent on it, right? So let me knock this down to 0. I'll pull up Void Mirror so we can all get a little bit educated. Most of what I've heard about Void Mirror seems to be not super stoked on it. Well, okay, so this is interesting, right? In the case of Silvergill Adept, if we want to, we can pay the 3 mana extra cost, and we can use colored mana to pay the 3 generic. And then Silvergill Adept will not be countered by Void Mirror. But for all of our other Merfolk, yeah, they would get countered off of Suspend by Void. But again, suspending our own creatures is going to be pretty niche. Like, I'd say 8 times out of 10, something like that, we're going to be looking to use Suspend as removal against the opponent's creatures. So in Arena you can get the alt arts. Oh, with English text, that's amazing. Currently not available on Magic Online. I wish it was. I can check out all the arts of Counterspell right now. But when I looked the other day, it was not available. So yeah, here are all the Counterspell arts on Magic Online, and yeah, you can see that. Unfortunately, there is no cool Japanese alt art, but I have them in paper, as I mentioned, so happy with that. As far as Void Mirror being main deckable, I forget, what were people talking about? So against Eldrazi-tron, they run Cavern of Souls, and they can very easily, if they're not currently, they can very easily run 4 Cavern of Souls. And that can make colored mana that can cast all their creatures. So off the bat, Void Mirror, not great against Eldrazi-tron. Of course, it's going to prevent, I guess, their Planeswalkers. But if you're taking your turn off to cast silly stuff like Void Mirror, and Eldrazi-tron is casting a bunch of creatures, you're probably just going to get smashed. So Void Mirror against Greentron, right? They run a bunch of forests. They can cast their Karns with green mana. For me, it's certainly not main deckable. It's questionable whether it's sideboardable. I feel like you'd probably want to, if you're in blue, you want to run Ceremonious Rejection before that card. What else are we looking at? I just played one last night, Horny Vegan, and the screenshots are in the Discord. So I'm going to jump into a match pretty soon. Let's see. In Discord, they were talking about running an Urborg to tutor for. Talking about Eldrazi-tron? I guess that makes sense. Makes all of their lands also make colored mana. That's neat. Somebody's adding me in the Discord. Let me check what's going on here. Okay. You don't need to at me. All right. So anyhow, there's a couple cards left to talk about here. Looks like I zoomed in at some point. Yeah, let's get all these cards back on the screen. All right. So moving on, for Tricksters, I don't want to hear anybody talking about Harbinger anymore. That card is super dead to me. It's been dead to me for a long time. It just it's really nice if you're vialing it in. It's an okay card in that situation. But the tax, like paying 4 to flash it in, requiring the creature to be tapped, all of these drawbacks just make it so laughably bad in Modern. All the other tribes are running crazy busted cards. Like, think about all the cards in Goblins, you know? Like, how powerful every single spell is. And then think about, like, Harbinger of the Tides. It's like, yeah, I'm going to pay 4 mana for a 2/2 and bounce one of your 1-drops, which is what mostly, like, what Modern is made out of. Terrible. Just super, super, super terrible. Don't talk about Harbinger anymore. Don't run Harbinger anymore. Trickster, obviously much cheaper to play with Flash. It eats Tarmogoyfs. Doesn't it just kill Skyclaves just like automatically, like its removal spell for not Scourge of the Skyclave, I should say Scourges. Taps creatures down, just flashes in on the end step against control to make it hard for them to sort of deal with our turn. Trickster's amazing. It's core. Run the Tricksters. Regery is sort of flex. We've got the 8 Island Walk Lords clearly, but 8 is a little anemic for a deck that is sort of built and known for running Lords. Regery, in the last 2 or 3 days, I have been jamming some Merfolk games using old builds before I got the new cards. Regery has just been impressing me like crazy. You get him down. If you have a Trickster, like imagine you're playing against humans and you have a Regery and they go to their attack step. You just cast the Trickster, tap their flyers, tap their biggest creatures. Now they have like no good attacks. You untap and you just crush them, right? So Trickster Regery is a nice combo. Regery also loves 1-drops. You get nice value out of 1-drops. As I mentioned earlier, I was playing against this red-white land destruction deck the other day, and I was getting into a spot where I had 2 Regeries, but I couldn't cast like my Echoing Truth because they kept blowing up my second land. So I was just thinking, okay, if I can draw one of my 1-drops. Unfortunately, this old build only had like a few Benthic Biomancers, so I wasn't really drawing that live to 1-drops. But you could play your 1-drop, you get 2 Regery triggers, target the first land, let it resolve, untap, float the mana, and then resolve the second trigger targeting the same land. You can get 2 blue mana out of 1 land from Regery. Then I could have Echoing Truth the opponents. It was like Ghostly Prisons and attacked and just won the game. But niche stuff like that, 1-drops and Regery, yeah, they're like peanut butter and jelly. They work really well together. Cursed Totem would be nice for you. Is that for me? Regery is the greatest of all time. Yeah, it's very strong. Does Trickster counter? No, it does not counter ETBs. Thanks for covering that one, Fruit Kid. ETBs trigger when they enter, and for Trickster to even target the creature would have had to already entered, right? So it's this thing for people who are relatively new to Magic. The way the stack works is once something goes on the stack, it's on the stack. To address it, you need to address it directly. You can't address the source of it, right? So, creature enters and it gets a triggered ability like Silvergill wants to draw a card. You can't remove the Silvergill Adept and hope that I don't draw a card, right? So it's kind of the same thing with same rationalization or explanation for why you can't Trickster ETB abilities is it's already gone on the stack. Affecting the creature at that point doesn't affect the ability, right? So hopefully that makes sense. So anyhow, Regery has been feeling very powerful the last couple of days. Super strong. Obviously playing a 3-drop 2/2 that just gets smoked by like a Lava Dart that gets flashed back. A Lightning Bolt always feels bad to get a 1 CMC answer to your 3-drop. But it's worth it for the power that you get with Regery. Like if you untap with Regery, your chances of winning any given game have just gone up like significantly, if not like just doubled. Because like the power is absurd. If you have 3 lands, you could only play 1 Lord. Now you can play 2 Lords, right? You can play all the 1-drops in your hand. It's like 1-drop, untap, 1-drop, untap. So you guys are all familiar with this, I hope. Very powerful spell, particularly powerful with flash creatures, in this case Trickster, because you can upkeep, like tap an opponent's land with Rashad and Dockhand. You can flash in a Trickster, use Regery to tap down another one of their lands. If you've got 2 Regeries, you can tap down 2 of their lands. Now between Dockhand and Regery. You've tapped down 3 of the opponent's lands. I mean, you're talking about like serious kind of like prison-y effects. So powerful card, definitely justifiable main deck card in Merfolk, even post MH2. And that brings us to the most important card here. Before I talk about Svilin, let me check in with McDerp here. I see. McDerp is a soul herder guy. For those of you who are not familiar with McDerp, so yeah, makes sense. Didn't know. I was confused after hearing about the new card, Dress Down. Oh, so Dress Down is freaky. Yeah, it's a really interesting card. I want to bring that one up real quick because it could be played in Merfolk. Yeah, so very interesting. It's an enchantment with flash. Creatures lose abilities, right? So an opponent. Actually, the way Dress Down works, and this is, I get why you ask this now, to a certain extent, is if the opponent plays a Primeval Titan, and you flash in Dress Down, they will not get the ETB ability. That's amazing. It's a good card for that reason. Something that some of you may not believe is if an opponent, say they tap out to cast like a 4/4 Walking Ballista, you cast Dress Down with that on the stack, Walking Ballista enters with 0 counters, goes straight to the graveyard, right? Like, it's a lot of funky interactions with Dress Down. So for any of you guys who are not aware of those cool interactions and the potential power of this card, I encourage you to go and check the conversation around this card. You could probably find it on Reddit, though, average IQ on Reddit isn't that high. Yeah, just chat about it in the Discord if you're interested, because it's kind of a sleeper. It's a pretty interesting card. It replaces itself, right? So you're not like going down card advantage to get this effect. Yeah, exactly. Counter target ballista, draw a card. All right, so let's talk about Svilin for a while. And by a while, I mean like 3 hours. Okay, first of all, look at that art. I wish I could zoom in more. It's just so beautiful. For those of you who haven't stared at it as long as I have, Svilin is just like a big, gigantic merfolk god, right? She's holding an instrument. I forget how you pronounce this instrument. Lyre, I guess. Or, yeah, I think it's lyre. Sounds like you're a liar, but lyre. Lyre. Details you can't pick out is that the top of the lyre is the moon being shadowed by an eclipse. Svilin's kind of symbol or talisman is the moon. The moon and Svilin, I guess, control the seas and the tides, right? So she's got that connection to the cosmos as the god of sea and sky. She works together with the moon or controls the moon to control the seas. Details you can't pick out necessarily at this scale is that the moonbeams coming down off of the moon are actually the strings of the lyre. And the lyre itself is actually just a void that's being sort of cast, if you will, by the moon, right? It's like a negative slice out of like, the universe. And her other hand is behind it in like, I get the netherworld or whatever, strumming the other side of the lyre. You can see that the other hand is like green underneath her foreground hand. So Svilin, yeah, pretty much like violin. Yeah, so the art is just sensational. I love it so much. Yeah, Twin Suns. There's a lot to miss in this art. Seb always goes deep with his art. He always like puts in little details that if you spend the time to look at it, you're, apart from just being immediately sort of visually striking, stunning artwork, there's just all these details. And for a card like this where it's mythic, it's gonna be a big player in a deck that's been around, or a tribe that's been around since Alpha, right? Since the birth of the game. It's just a very important character, lore-wise, very important card, sort of deck construction-wise. To put a piece of art like this significant on the card for me is like just it. I appreciate it so much. Like, I don't know if Watsi was thinking through all of that, but it's just amazing. I love it. So you've got the moon, you've got the moonbeam. She's playing the moonbeam, so she's like controlling the moon. Yeah, it's amazing. The waves in the bottom, I think I forget the artist's name. I think it's William Turner. It's like Joseph William Turner. He did a ton of paintings of seascapes, and Seb said on his Twitter that he was directly sort of channeling that guy Turner's seascapes when he painted the waves here around Svilen's tail. So go ahead and Google Turner seascapes or waves, and you'll see the resemblance. It's pretty cool. Turner's, I think, a very very well respected artist, particularly for these seascapes. So anyhow, let's talk about the abilities and the casting costs and everything. So here we are. Svilen of Sea and Sky. 1 generic mana, 2 blue. Legendary creature, Merfolk God. She has indestructible as long as you control at least 2 other Merfolk. When she attacks, draw a card. Pretty good. We'll get into all this stuff in more detail in a second. Other Merfolk you control have Ward 1, which just means whenever any of your Merfolk become the target of a spell or ability, remember, people ask that question, does it affect abilities? It does, in fact, protect against abilities. Counter that spell or ability unless the opponent pays 1, right? So Lightning Bolts cost 2, Fatal Pushes cost 2. Might seem like a small tax, but it's a pretty big deal. It's pretty clunky. Everything you think about on our side of the table and how efficiently you're trying to use your mana all the time. You're like, I can cast 2 1-drops and a 2-drop, or I can activate Mutavault and cast a Suspend and 1 1-drop, or I can get this Ether Vial down. So every mana matters, right? So all of a sudden, if the opponent has to pay extra mana to deal with your threats, it's kind of a big deal, right? It's not like something extra that doesn't really matter, right? So let's go back up to the top. Indestructible as long as you control 2 other Merfolk. So this is going to be a source of a lot of amazing, gratifying, deeply satisfying blowouts. Because Svilen, because of her power and toughness, because of the ward ability, because she draws cards, she's going to be a lightning rod, right? Their opponents are going to want to deal with her, right? So imagine we've got sort of a creature light hand, right? So we start off, we've got, land, an Ether Vial. Turn 2, maybe we don't have a creature to play, right? We just play a Mutavault and we pass the turn, right? Ether Vial ticked up to 1. Opponent's turn, all we can do is suspend something, whatever. Ether Vial, we don't have a 1-drop, unfortunately, so, we tick it up to 2. I don't know, so tick it up to 2, untap. Let's see now. This is not the best example for Svilen. Let's imagine we do have 1-1-drop in our hand, because we have 8. It seems likely that we might have a 1-drop. Let's throw that 1-drop down with Ether Vial, right? So we're untapping turn 3. We've got 2 lands, 1-1-drop, and Ether Vial ticking up to 2, right? We play a 3rd land, right? Play Svilen. Now, you've got 3 tapped lands, Svilen, 1-drop, Ether Vial on 2. What's the opponent going to do? If they want to kill, imagine our 1-drop, let's just say it's a Tide Shaper, who cares? Opponent wants to kill the Tide Shaper to make sure that Svilen doesn't get indestructible when we violin a creature. They're paying 1 extra because of the ward, and that's kind of a win for us, right? The opponent's losing mana. Svilen's still on the battlefield for the time being. Maybe they have to use 2 removal spells to protect against any blowouts. But, for now, we've just got our creatures on the board. So, maybe they've got some kind of blocker. So we go ahead, get in with our 3-4, right? We don't have Island Walk yet. Just crashing in with a 3-4, whatever, right? Opponent says, all right, look, I can't deal with this thing. Crack a fetch land, Fatal Push. What do you got? All right, well, violin any 2-drop, indestructible. Counter your Fatal Push, GG, basically, right? It's just such a ridiculous blowout. In that situation, they need 2 pieces of removal. And remember, if they want to kill one of your creatures, to make sure that their first removal spell resolves, they need to pay extra for the second removal spell. So it's this cool package in Svilen's ability where you get tricks, not just with Ether Vial, but also with Trickster, with Flash, we have our counter spells to interact at instant speed. It's just like the blowout potential is there. And while I'm talking about having Mutavault on the board, you could just have no Ether Vial. Imagine you have the 1-drop and Sviolin. Opponent says, all right, like, look, this is my window. I'm gonna take this Merfolk God down, right? Just tap Mutavault. Tap Mutavault, it activates itself, it's another Merfolk. Now, all of a sudden, counter their removal spell, right? So pretty tricky stuff, and that's exactly what Merfolk is always looking for. So let's see. Damn it! Now I keep having Vial. Oh, Vial, yeah, Svial, Ether Svial. So let's see. Finally, order GG Strive, playing SMT Nocta. What are you guys talking about? All right, so anyhow, her first ability, indestructible, very, very powerful, particularly if we've got the 2 Merfolk get indestructible, particularly in combination with Minamo, as I was mentioning earlier, because you can untap her. Now she's just like this gigantic wall that the opponent can't attack into. Very strong. The middle ability, I mean, it's arguable that it's the most important ability, and there's a bit of nuance to it, because it's not like most creature draw abilities where linked to combat, where you attack and you have to hit the opponent to draw a card, right? Like Ninja of the Deep Hours. There are definitely some Merfolk cards that have that text on it. It triggers when she attacks, right? So imagine we don't have Merfolk to turn her indestructible, but we do have an Ether Vial, or maybe a couple lands open, right? So we attack with her. Opponent says, okay, now's my time. Now's my window. I'm going to do it. They go to remove Sviolin, Fatal Push. So off of her attack trigger, if the opponent isn't savvy, I guess, you can draw a Merfolk and flash it in. Or another very likely situation is you don't have Island Walk. And so the opponent is going to be able to block even if they have poor blocks. You get the attack trigger to draw before blocks are even declared. You draw an Island Walk Lord, vial it in, and now all of a sudden, no more blocks. Sorry, opponent, right? And it might seem like pie in the sky, but we've got 8 Island Walk Lords, right? So every draw is a decent shot at hitting that unblockability, right? So the fact that it triggers on attacks before blocks is completely relevant for Merfolk. It's kind of a big deal. Yeah. Magnock, I'm sorry. I'm getting a little bit too into this. You guys are right. I do get carried away with my chattiness sometimes. So let's see. Sort of looking good. Kind of good. Not nerfed, but I haven't seen what chip. Teaching is good. All right. So anyhow, quickly to the sideboard. I think you guys get Sviolin. I'm gonna work on my pronunciation as Sviolin. Do I want to emphasize the lun? But I think I like how it's kind of rolling off the tongue for now. Sviolin. Echoing Truth. We had a conversation earlier in the Discord about why Echoing Truth over Brazen Borrower. Just compare the text of Echoing Truth to Petty Theft. Echoing Truth is miles ahead of Petty Theft's ability. I don't think in our deck we really need the fairy body. I mean, it's a body and it's nice, but often in our games we're not really getting to cast it, and dies to Lava Dart, whatever. Like, Echoing Truth for me, super versatile. It can save multiples of our creatures. It can, if we've got a couple Silver Gills down and we're low on cards, we can bounce them back to our hand, vial them back in, draw a bunch more cards. Super flexible, very, very powerful card. Gets rid of ensnaring bridges and other obnoxious stuff. If an opponent resolves a Karn and we can't really deal with it effectively right away, you can always draw into a counter spell. Echoing Truth, the big planeswalker, they recast it, you counter it, whatever. Echoing Truth, very versatile, good spell. 4 counter spells, just for matchups where Force isn't enough. 4 Tidebinder Mages, hopefully for those of you playing Modern, you understand. It's quite red heavy these days, so 4 Tidebinder is going to come in a lot of matchups. And just having extra bodies can actually be very relevant in certain matchups where you don't have a lot to bring in, but certain cards might not be that great. Like, imagine, you're playing against Ad Nauseam, right? Suspend, not very useful, so just bring in more bodies, right? Just draw more creatures, attack for more damage. And Relic, just flexible graveyard hate. Like, we've been running this for years and years and years. So, yeah, I mean, it's fine. It's fine disagreeing. Petty Theft hits like almost nothing compared to Echoing Truth, right? It hits only non-land permanents that the opponent controls, and it only hits one of them, right? Can't touch your own stuff, can't touch multiples. Opponent gets down 2 ensnaring bridges, game over, whatever. I'm not excuse me, I'm not playing Echoing Truth to bounce 2 ensnaring bridges, but it's something that it does. The fact that it bounces our own stuff to save it from removal is massive for me, whereas Petty Theft can't do that. That's where I stand. I've played plenty with Brazen Borrower. It's not like I don't have experience with the card. I just find it pretty clunky. Like, you never want to vial it in because then you're not using its ability, and it's not a Merfolk, and it's just like whatever. Sometimes, every now and then, like once in a blue moon, it's going to help you win a game with damage. But we're just winning with Island Walk Merfolks. That's what we do. So it doesn't block well, Brazen Borrower. So I don't know. Right, for the time being, it gets a pass for me. So I see Tux has joined us. That's exciting. Absolutely a difference in playstyle. Absolutely. Like, either card is justifiable. There's so many justifiable inclusions. All right, guys. Maybe I've been putting off getting into the games because I'm a little bit nervous. I haven't played any leagues in a while. I've just been grinding away at queues. Just because I'm here and there with my builds for Merfolk and for Soul Herder. Haven't been on anything particularly compelling lately. So I've got a lot of different decks. I'm gonna make sure I choose the right one. It's very confusing. It's this Brewfolk here. Yeah, there's that pathway, and I should have Force Violence. Okay, cool. Let's do it. 100 play points. Should say I've been killing the queues though for the last few months. Like, I have to change my quantity real quick. I just need to check where I'm at with my play points and stuff. Make sure I've got enough. All right, so yeah, I've got enough for like almost 5 leagues. So let's do it. Oh, you know what? I'm going to plug my mouse in, which might be tricky, actually. I'm running out of ports here. I don't think that's USB. This is my mic. That's my lamp. Let's see. So what to do? I guess I'm playing with my trackpad. I did it for years. I've been playing with my mouse lately, but whatever. I'll play with the trackpad for today. I need to get a USB hub or something. I have only 3 USB hubs, and that goes for my web camera, my lamp, and my microphone. So let's go ahead and join the league. Yeah, actually, let me see how it looks without my light for today. It's not so dark outside. Let me check this real quick. Doop. I don't know. What do we think? Whatever. I'll play without my lamp. So I'm going to unplug it. Ugh. Plug in my mouse. Yeah, cameraception. All right. Another reason I didn't play with a mouse for a long time is because I didn't love the clicky, clicky, clicky that you get. Clicky, clicky, clicky. Like every time you listen to a streamer. But I have to untangle it. Too tangled. What a tangled web my mouse weaves. All right, I think that should be okay. It's a high-tech stream that I'm running here. Here we go. So who's 55 trophies? What? That's absurd. How much time do we have left in this league? 4 weeks, and he's on 55 trophies already? All right, well, let's rock and roll. So again, welcome everybody. Happy to have you along for this what we call inaugural Merfolk League in this new age of Merfolk. Now that we've actually gotten some tiny sliver of attention from Wizards of the Coast. Yeah, tiny sliver, exactly. I noticed that too. Tiny humans. I'm gonna fill up my water while I wait for somebody who's not scared to play Merfolk. I said water, and I guess this doesn't really look like water. It's really dirty water. God made dirt, and dirt don't hurt. No, it's water and not dirt. Water and apple juice. I don't know why this is taking so long. Kind of weird. Kind of weird. In the meantime, we can go back to the deck list and any final questions about any of my wild deck building decisions. Oh, looks like we've been paired. All it took was going back to the list. All right, guys, heads down. Let's focus. Let's do our tribe proud. Okay, got some lands. We got some creatures. Let's check it out. 4 lands. We've got a trickster. Got to think about matchups. There's no Ether Vial here, but we do have spells and creatures. We've got lands. Opponent is mulliganing, I think. At least they changed this text over here. You guys can't see it right now, I don't think, but it says starting mulligans, I guess. So they changed this text. It says starting. Weird. So opponent's thinking about their opening 7, and they've almost taken a minute doing so. You guys can see everything okay, right? I'm sort of cropped well, I believe. So they're beginning with 7, and I guess I'm keeping this hand. I mean, we don't have any 1-drops. We don't have Vial. It's tricky. We have to learn a little bit about what we're looking for. I'm on the draw. I don't know. Because we want 1-drops. We want Vial. It seems like a reasonable mulligan, but what do you guys think? Where do you come down on this one? I guess I'll keep. We'll see how it goes. Yeah, we're gonna see how it plays out. All right, looks like we're getting one of our few spells taken away, which is unfortunate. Oh, I guess not. Oh, it's this Ragavan. When it deals I drew another land. That's horrible. Create a treasure token and exile the top card. Until the end, you may cast it. Until the end of turn. So that means they can't cast it, like, next turn, right? But they're going to... Oh, I can suspend this thing. That's kind of fun. Well, let's see how it goes. Suspend it, you say. Oh, is it an attack trigger? No, it's combat damage. All right, we're suspending. I think this keeps them from getting treasure. Maybe they won't be able to cast stuff. Trickster will take away its abilities. Man, maybe they were banking on that treasure. Oh, I guess not. Well, maybe. Let's see. Spells, please. Ugh. All right, guys. This is actually way clunkier than I had hoped it would have gone. We kept 4 lands and drew 2 lands right away. At least 2 of them are Mutavaults. All right. Opponent is on Jund. There goes 1 suspend counter. That thing will come off of suspend with haste next turn. I almost feel like, let's see here. Ren and 6. So I will flash this Trickster in, try to attack Ren and 6 down. I mean, the monkey's going to be getting in next turn. It's probably going to hit me. Unless it's just Jund deck with Ragavan or whatever his name is. Now, Nikachu has talked about like ignoring Ren and 6, which I could sort of see a justification for. Yeah, I mean they're always going to have removal. It's what Jund does, right? Now, if I cast Trickster, if I don't cast Trickster now, I'm doing it next turn, which is kind of weak sauce. I feel like I just cast it now. We've got 3 more in the deck. We've got a lot of Merfolk. All right, well, speaking of Merfolk, not terrible. Ignore Ren and 6, is that what people are thinking? All right, I can dig it, we'll try it. So then this is a situation where if they have the push, maybe they go after the trickster, or maybe they wait and we get, knowing that they probably have removal, I like to try to lure out removal on this guy. We'll play the Marrow Regery next turn. I mean, next main phase. And Mutavault's going to be fine here. Okay. This is a planned. All right. So, I mean, like a Silvergill would be awesome next turn. I guess the question is, do we trade if they want to? Do we trade the Regery for the Ragavan? I feel like that probably can't be correct, but they're going to start casting our creatures. So 5 cards in Jun's hand, and Ragavan as a source of card advantage. Ugh, this is disgusting. Yeah, we might as well get rid of the island, I guess. So, dealt with 2 of my cards with 1 of their cards. Gaining cards with Ren and 6, gaining cards with Ragavan. Are they going to cast one of my 1-drops right now? Or one of my 2-drops, because they get a treasure, right? So what is... Oh, God. They're going to take one of my creatures. Ugh. They can turn my Mutavault into a... into an island. That's funny. So we're just getting sort of bodied right now by Jund, right? I kept a sort of a sketchy hand. If I knew it was Jund, I might have mulliganed, I guess. Okay, alright, so they're kicking it. I mean, whatever. That's sort of fine. We can use the blue mana. Ugh. Kind of rough. Kind of rough, guys. Just getting flooded here. Guess we play the Mutavault, play the Lord, cross our fingers. About all we can do. Yeah, Lord of Atlantis is going to make it a 3/3, for sure. And it has Island Walk, so we're going to take some damage. Yeah, this is not working out great for us. Opponent got a free 3/3 from us. Kind of ridiculous. We can't block it. We can block Ragavan, and I will try to do that with the Mutavault. Opponent's almost certainly got more removal, though. And on the upside, our life total is still fairly healthy. If they don't remove the Lord and we get Sviolin down, we can tap a Mutavault to make her indestructible. But I think I'm going to activate the Mutavault here to try to block the Ragavan if they get in. Yeah, they're representing removal. The question is, should I double block the Ragavan? I feel like I probably have to. It's so weird. Freedy, I mean, the Ragavan would have gotten in for 4 damage and potentially cast another spell if we didn't suspend it, so kind of unfair to just say that it's bad. So they're going to kill my Lord, I'm going to lose the Mutavault and take 3 damage, and that's that, I guess. Maybe they'll just finish off the Mutavault. Okay, with Ren and 6, so the Lord sticks around. Not terrible. Oh, they're playing this Void Stalker. Okay. They're just on the value plan here, I guess. So, jeez. I don't have anything in exile right now. Can't even really... Oh, this thing can't block, right? So, guess I'll just play one of my lands. I'm just running low on cards here. Attack with the Lord of Atlantis. Yeah, play your opponent's deck tribal. Exactly. Once again, just going to ignore Renin 6 for the time being. Nice that I remembered that this guy can't block since it has Shadow. Opponent thinking about how to use their many removal spells. Kind of sad. God. Okay, well, we're going to look to draw some Silvergills. We're going to look to draw some Sviolins. All right, Freedy, you can put a tally next to Dismember for this instance for sure. You got that one. Dismember would have been better in this spot than Suspend. But tempo cards are never good against mid-range decks, and I'll be taking the Suspends out, even though they can potentially save my own creatures. It's just they're not high-value spells in mid-range matchups. So if I was ever playing like Vapor Snag, Echoing Truth main deck, those would all come out against mid-range decks. We do have 4 Tideminder Mages to bring in. Counterspell is a grindy card. We'll probably take out some number of forces. So I can't block, well, I can block this now if I want to. I don't really think I'm to the point where I want to trade with my Tide Shaper, just because I could just draw another Lord, or Silvergill into a Lord would be... Actually, Silvergill I can just cast for 5 right now. So that would be kind of rough. Welcome, everybody. I see there's a bunch of you guys joining us today. So if any of you are new to the stream, very glad to see you. Obviously glad to see old names as well. Feel free to ask any questions you might have about Merfolk or its place in Modern. This guy's thinking real hard here. All right, so, you know, it's got Shadow. I can't block it, right? It can only be blocked by creatures with Shadow. So I think he's going to... Actually, he doesn't even exile anything, right? He just does damage. Oh, I see. Something went to my graveyard and it got exiled. So now they could sacrifice this guy and cast the Lord if they want. So that's tricky, actually. Man, I can't not draw lands here. Attacking with the Lord into my Tide Shaper seems poor. So again, I don't really have options, so I'll just play that and pass. This guy has his own little counter on it or something. Void counter, that's cool. Yep, pass the turn. This is not the first match I was hoping for. As you can see, we drew 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 lands so far this game. So if they get in with the Tide Shaper, we know that something has changed, but they didn't. And we're just going to die to this Void guy, unless we can get like a Trickster in the mix at some point. Opponent's still with 4 cards in hand. It's pretty gross. Hey, Sviolin. Oh, nice to see you. So let's see if the opponent lets it resolve straight away. I mean, they've got more than enough mana to pay ward stuff. So they I don't know. Let's see. She still can't block this Void guy, but now if we get like a Trickster going on, could be good. Oh, they let it resolve. Okay, so Mutavault could bring the tricks, I guess, but we don't have much time. Still can't attack with that guy. I could attack with the Mutavault, but it doesn't seem great here. Although, you know what? Maybe I should just attack with the Mutavault, right? Of course, if they kill it, then Sviolin loses Indestructible, but it does have Ward. Right now, she's not Indestructible. Attacking with Mutavault would get in for 3. Yeah, I feel like I should just attack with Mutavault. But I also need to be dealing damage, right? This guy's got me clocked. So should I activate and swing with Mutavault right now? I get in for 3 damage, or the opponent just chumps. Either way, to me, the attack seems solid because if they, All right, 4 spells. Let's say they have a removal spell, right? They pay the ward for Mutavault, and then Sviolin gets removed next turn. But if I activate the Mutavault as a blocker next turn, or just a turn on Indestructible, they could just do the same thing next turn, right? They could spend the removal, and then spend removal over here. So, okay. All right. I think, yeah, so I can play this pathway. Activate Mutavault. I mean, Ward not doing a whole ton here. But we are playing against removal.deck, and they've just been drawing tons and tons of cards. Let me F6 my way out of here. Oh, okay. We got through there. Opponent's at 9. We've got 9 on the board. What kind of... Oh, they've got a Bolt in the graveyard. So this is a little bit threatening. They can ultimate next turn. Man, I can't deal with this guy. I wonder if they can cast with any color mana, right? Without paying its mana cost. Yikes. Do they have to tap to sack this guy? They do have to tap. Okay. Oh. Oh, hey, that's interesting. But I think we have to sort of hit Ren here. If I activate... All right, so I'm going to play the Lord, without a doubt. Right? I just got to get this guy on the battlefield. They still have blocks here, right? So I can attack, actually, with Sviolin, draw a card, right? Maybe I draw a Trickster. This guy plus Bolt is going to kill me next turn. They could cast all of this stuff because they have a bunch of lands in hand. But actually, I kind of have to win right now, right? So if I activate Mutavault and attack, they block Svi, and they take 7. That's not enough. Force the block, get back the Mutavault. But I'm trying to kill Ren in 6 here, right? Because Ren, we're just dead. I don't have... Hope to draw a Trickster. It's interesting. Activate with the other Mutavault, I guess. Oh, I made this guy swole too. That's unfortunate. They still lose. They still lose if they can't remove anything, right? If they block the Lord. But I lose... If they block... I think I just go for the win here, right? Like, the win is on the board. Attack face... Oh, no. They can just block Svi. They can just block Sviolin. So, opponent says GG with the tongue stuck out. No, but I could attack Ren in 6, right? Oh, yeah, you're right. Island Walk. That's where the tongue sticking out happened. All right, so we're attacking face, and we're going to draw into Trickster, right? Yeah, so let's attack face. Ah, we didn't get there. Yeah, we're dead multiple ways. But it was sort of close, and we had an out with Trickster, which is pretty cool. And again, odds are... So, I have to start remembering if I'm playing against take my cards tribal that they can just... I have to watch out for Lord of Atlantis. But that was pretty close. Yeah, the Tide Shaper that they took wrecked my Mutavault. All right, cool. So that was game one. We kept a borderline weird hand that we might have mulliganed if we knew the matchup. Yeah, you know, I did my best. So, did their graveyard matter there? I mean, they probably have Tarmogoyfs. Opponent said, actually, there was still top deck Trickster, sorry, after they gave me the premature GG. Now, Tidebinder definitely can hit, like, Ragavan or whatever that card's name is. Am I saying that right? You guys want to confirm or deny? Let's start by, as I mentioned, Suspend is poor in mid-range matchups. Although bouncing that stupid black creature would not be the worst thing in the world. You got to keep that in mind. Okay, let's stay focused. I just took out 3 Suspends. I like the 1-drops. I do. I like them. I guess maybe Dockhand. I don't know how super useful it is in this particular matchup. You guys can share some comments and some thoughts as well. We're going to trim 2 forces. From what I saw, they had Kolaghan's Command, but I don't know if I should trim on Vials. I usually do in the matchup, so if I trim 2 of those, what would I bring in? I mean, they probably play Goyf, right? So if we bring in 3 of these things, we would be trimming 3 Suspends, 2 Ether Vials, 2 Force of Negations. I don't know if I want to go down on Ether Vials, but it's always sort of justifiable. No. He gave me the GG with the tongue sticking out because I gave him Island Walk, which meant that he could just attack through me. But it was kind of playful. Like he wasn't being super serious about it. I mean, I don't know. I like Ether Vials here. If they're gonna use it to destroy, yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna keep my Ether Vials in. I'm gonna trim 2 Dock Hands, I think. I don't know. Maybe trim 1 Ether Vial and 1 Dock Hand. That seems alright. And again, we didn't really see them do anything with the graveyard, right? But it's Jund, so they almost certainly play. Oh, they have Kolaghan's Command, so that's something that Relic can hit. Regery dies to Bolt. Sometimes we board out Regeries in Bolt matchups, but it's just sort of a high-value card, so... Once again, welcome to everybody. If anybody's joining us late, glad to have you here. This is a keep. Of course, you know, it can get torn apart by Jund. Opponent kept 7 last game. We kept kind of a weird 7. Opponent's mulliganing to 6 here. I don't hate that. So opponent's stuck on 6. If they open with Inquisition or Thoughtseize, it's just going to resolve. They might just play Ragavan. Definitely not pitching Force and a Merfolk, just to counter hand disruption here. And we have Ether Vial. That counts. And we've still got 7 of them left in the deck after sideboarding. They could take Force if they're dying to get Ren down. They could be short on lands. I think Ren is something I would force just because they're on a mulligan and that card so generates card advantage. We'd really, really love to just start drawing into Silver Gills, just non-stop Silver Gills. All right, what's up, opponent? Second land, it's a pain land. Merfolk doesn't hate seeing that. Another Inquisition, that's going to resolve. I'm going to take my other Lord, which is kind of yucky, and then probably bolt or push the other Lord on the board, which I suppose in this spot I am sort of incentivized to force, right? If they go for it right now. Because I can't even cast Regery right now. Oh, it's just this guy. All right, he doesn't have haste. So Mutavault is a very good draw. Silvergill is a very good draw. Tidebinder is a very good draw. That guy's actually pretty good. So I think I want to take them off of blue mana. Sorry. I want to take them off of green mana. Yeah. That's also but they're hurting themselves with this, which I don't hate. So what do you guys think? Let them keep the Painland. Take them off red, take them off bolt, let them keep hurting themselves. I'm all right. Well, yeah. You guys, we're on the same page. Cool. So we're gonna play with the kicker, and I guess the question is whether I get in here. Maybe I should have attacked before. Maybe I should have attacked before I played. No, this was stupid. This was a bad play. But you guys can learn from my mistakes. I should have attacked. It would have represented I had a Lord, and they wouldn't be able to block. They would have just taken the damage. But at this point now, they know, okay, like I'd be trading with a Lord. So it's kind of a weird attack. So I think I attack though. I don't know. I have to think about it. Next turn I can play Regery. So I think I just pass here. I'm gonna chill for a sec. We can block. They can't attack next turn because we have Tide Shaper and we've got Force up. So I don't really have choices to kill the monkey right now. But they know I have a Force. All right, we're definitely ticking Ether Vial up because it gets Violin online, and it obviously just gets Regery in here. Mutavault here would be nice. Another island is okay because now we hold up Force anyway. So yeah, we just go sideways, and then we've got Hardcast Force. So this is not working out so terribly here. Opponent's stuck on lands. So Tide Shaper doing a decent job. They know our 2 cards in hand, and they know I'm going to vial this thing in. All right, so we're swinging for 7. They're going to go to 9. Okay, lethal on board, Force in hand. What does the opponent have? We do not have our Ward. Now imagine how good Ward would be right here with the opponent stuck on mana. You see that the dock hand would actually be sort of okay. So now Trickster off the top is just GG. These guys have unblockable anyway. So no Silvergills now? God damn it. Yeah, I think we just go sideways here with everybody. They only have one colored source of mana. Yeah. And now they can't pay any mana because they're going to take at least... I know, actually, this should just be GG, right? Because, yeah, there we go. Because they can't block this. Actually, so if they chose to block here, they go to 7. They take 7, go to 1. They can't cast anything. So, oh, Fruit Kid, that's funny. Spreading Seas that attacks is nasty. So that's definitely a point in favor of Tide Shaper. And you guys can go back and screenshot that and send it to Rothgar. I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. I'm back. So, do you guys want me to make any sideboarding changes? I feel fine with these cuts and these cuts. So like 6 cards for sure. We've got, oh, it's all mixed up now. We brought in 4 Tidebinders and 3 relics. So 7 cards out. The only one I'm kind of on the fence about is Dan here. Yeah. It does seem okay. So let's hope for another nice hand. I think opponent went to 6 that game. I went to 6 the first game. I asked the opponent, I said, LOL, no revolt. Am I silly or are you silly? Opponent said both with the with the smiley face. They're keeping 7. We've got a lot of 1-drops. Well, by a lot, I mean 2. Man, this is like one of those Merfolk hands where you're like, oh, I want to keep it. Like, imagine if we've got like 2 lands off the top, or even better, like Ether Vial land or something like that. Like we would dominate. This would be awesome. But obviously, I can't keep the hand. Just showing it off a little bit. Wait, what? You're saying a 1-lander feels fine? How do other people feel about 1-landers? 1-landers without Ether Vial, I mean, that's just not playing Magic. Like, you keep those hands if you're playing against a deck that just wrecks you, like Affinity or something like that. No, I don't think we keep it, right? I don't think we keep it. Streamer logic is keep it. No, I'm gonna mulligan, guys. I'm a pretty disciplined dude. But imagine, let's see, they play Ragavan or whatever. We play our Rishadan dude. You know, we could just trade with Ragavan. That's something to think about. Maybe we have time to cast this. The opponent's, you know what? You know what, guys? I think I'm gonna keep it. Let's rock and roll. I like that this lines up well against the monkey, and then we've got time to draw into lands, and then Silvergill, and then Tidebinders. So it's stupid, but, you know, it's stupid. Okay, they've got a Ragavan land. Island. Let's go, deck, you love me. Oh, well, that's something, right? That is something. Are you going to use removal on my old bordered Dan? I bet you are, opponent. I bet you are. Man, if we draw an island, like Tidebinder is going to be good. Opponent paused on their own upkeep. Even though we've been playing slow as molasses, I guess this guy's streaming too, because we're both at like 12 minutes for no reason. Now, if they blink on lands, we've got Rishadan Dockhand. Tap down their lands. Not vulnerable to Renin 6. So, oh, we're just getting in, or we're not just getting in. If you get in, you know we're gonna tussle here, opponent. Spladow. I'll take your mythic all day. Boom. It's a good trade right there. Yo, Mutavault can cast Silvergill Adept. Deck. I love you so much. I'm just playing Tidebinder Mage, guys. Never punished. So next turn, I also should have said, because sequencing here, we get to use 3 mana next turn with Silvergill and Dockhand. Because Liliana, don't play Liliana, get out of here. This is another case for running Mutavault. We do have another Tidebinder Mage, which we can play if we want to. Oh, just sacrificing. Okay, so. Yeah, so now I think it's, ooh. Now it's just Silvergill, Rishadan, God, Dan. Dan here, we can chill out. Opponent's gonna make us discard something. Do I just jam Regery? Then they just untap and play a removal spell. Now I like drawing cards here. We want lands. We want to untap and play a bunch of spells. Tarmogoyf's not super threatening here. But what are we going? I guess we'll play Silvergill and see what we draw. Hey. That is a land drop right there. So if we draw, let's see. If we draw another 1-drop, we could play Regery and a 1-drop next turn, tap something down, kill Liliana. Maybe they leave the Tarmogoyf back as a blocker. So if they make me discard, what do you guys think? I could discard Regery, play a Lord, swing with a Mutavault next turn, if they get frisky with Tarmogoyf. Alright, opponent seems to have plenty of lands. But then, we have plenty of lands too. About to hit our first 4 land drops despite keeping a 1-land hand. Thank you, chat. Or do I discard the Mutavault? I think I kind of like pitching Regery. I'll listen to the crowd. You guys think Regery reasonable? We could also just deploy Tidebinder Mage next turn. Regery, peace out. Hate to see you go. Opponent down to 2 cards. We can draw some Silvergills. Claw our way. Ugh. Okay, down to 1 card. Now they have to leave Tarmogoyf back as a blocker. We play a... well... Tideshaper, eh? So I think I'm just going to play Mage. Tidebinder Mage. Play a Mutavault, activate Mutavault, swing at Liliana with both creatures. Get Liliana off the board for sure. Yep. So Tidebinder Mage. Okay. So yeah, I'm gonna swing with both creatures. This freaks me out. At Lily. Right. We are grinding our way into this, guys. Let's see. Lily. No removals yet. Might as well not, right? Since she's going to die anyway. Opponent goes up to 2 cards. They probably are going to get rid of Tidebinder on my end step, but they can't really afford to get frisky with Tarmogoyf. Okay, no removal. Opponent untaps, draws up to 2 cards. We're turning something into an island next turn, probably. Well, we don't have a lot of blue mana. Oh, yeah, we don't have a lot of blue mana. Okay, that's actually not the worst thing in the world. So if they make me discard, clear choice. If they make me sacrifice, clear choice. Okay, one card left. Oh, it's just Ragavan. Oh, okay. Blue source. Tidebinder. God damn. Opponent with the 1 card. Is it like some crazy ass bomb? Oh, it's just Tarmogoyf. So blue source still gives us Island Walk. Hey, there we go. So we're gonna do pass with kicker, blue and colorless. Lord. Opponent with the 1 card. Oh, they say GG. All right. Cool, cool, cool. Tidebinder Mage is flexing. Okay, cool. Nice, fun opponent. Trying out new cards. Very respectful, no salt. Let's check out this guy for a sec here. 1 drop, 2/1. Already pushed. Legendary, so helps justify the mythic, right? Mythic aspect of it, even though the stats by themselves are pretty pushed. Whenever he deals combat damage, not attack trigger, not like Svi's trigger, create treasure. So they get extra mana. So basically ramps them to like 3 drops on turn 2. It's pretty busted. Exiles the top card, and then they can cast it. Only until the end of the turn, though. It's not like that Douthy Void guy or whatever. But this, he can also get haste with dash, right? So that's pretty cool and certainly going to be relevant in a lot of spots for Jund. I'm sorry. I'm looking here now at C. Mackwitz says that Svi lost us game 1. I think Svi was like the only thing that clawed us back into that game. She brought 4 power to the battlefield immediately and actually gave us a shot at lethal damage. Like another Lord wouldn't have brought as much power. It wouldn't have protected our creatures. It wouldn't have given us a chance to draw a card when we attacked. We really needed that Trickster to tap down their blocker. Wait, I don't know. Okay, all right. Just kidding. That's kind of a weird joke. So, yeah, thanks, guys. I think this is maybe the first time, apart from getting rated by, like, Gabriel Nassif, that I have just naturally over 50 viewers. So, very happy to have all you guys here. That was round 1 of a Modern League. This is the build, for those of you who are arriving late. Unfortunately, Cardboard Live, the plugin, doesn't have the new cards up yet, so I couldn't plug the list into Cardboard Live yet. So let me fill up my water real quick. If you guys have any questions, observations about the deck or the matchup that we just saw, go ahead and chat. I'll be right back. So, in the last couple of years, or maybe more, Red has been just rising like crazy in the metagame. For a long time, it wasn't that big of a deal apart from Burn. But once Prowess sort of found its way onto the scene, I forget which printing really did that. Maybe it was Soulscar Mage that pushed it over the edge. But people were playing like Kiln Fiend stuff like way before that. Yeah, once Red became such a big part of the metagame, Tidebinder just became so actually useful. There are certain cards that have been printed in the past for Merfolk that just have definitely not kept up with the level of modern cards. Harbinger of the Tides being an obvious example. Master of Waves just sort of collateral damage as a result of like Plague Engineer, just making him kind of unplayable. Tidebinder Mage, I've always said, look, this card would not be busted at all if when it entered, it just locked down any creature. It could be an artifact creature, it could be a black creature, it could be any creature. Just lock it down. It's not like we're killing it. It's not like we're exiling it. If it has activated abilities, it could still use its activated abilities. Like, if this card were printed in Modern today as a rare, it would just be any creature, I think. And it wouldn't be crazy pushed, right? As a 2-drop effect, that seems totally fine to me when you compare it to other cards in Modern like Reflector Mage or certainly Skyclave Apparition at 3 mana, right? So, but the fact that it does lock things down and it says red or green, that pretty much includes most of the creatures in the format, right? So you'll still probably face off against just like some blue creatures every now and then, so you might not want Tidebinder Mage in the main deck. But it's actually a justifiable main deck card. The games that I jammed leading up to today with old builds of Merfolk just to get my chops back, I had 4 Tidebinders in the main, and I think out of like 8 matches, like 7 of them were like Tidebinder matches. It was like elves and Ponza and just random creature decks with Monodorks, you know? So yes, it's a very, very, very strong card. Definitely good enough to play 4 of, as you guys just saw. So that was pretty good. So let's go ahead, jump into the next round. I mean, Contra, for all we know, they might be running the Hierarch, but they just didn't draw it, right? We only saw 3 games. You don't play every single card every game. Okay, we found an opponent pretty quickly this time. I was happy that after we mulliganed and got run over in game 1, we were able to scrap our way through that one. I don't think I'll be keeping this one. This is a Lurrus deck. We do have Suspend, which is quite nice. But opponent's mulliganing, and, you know, once again, if we draw lands, it's gas. But I'm not in the habit of keeping 1 land hands. And since the opponent's mulliganing as well, and we can't even cast Suspend, I'm just going to mulligan this. It's not, this is so much better. Opponent's mulliganing to 5, making me think that, well, they are a Lurrus deck, which actually, I was thinking for a second, only Tron consistently mulligans this hard. So obviously we're just going to keep here, and I like the card advantage. They're going down to 5. I don't know that I want to pitch any of my blue cards to actually force anything. Honestly, I kind of, if it's a Lurrus deck, I kind of like keeping the Suspends in. Of course, it could end up being Boggles, and then Suspend is just a dead card, and Force would be amazing. Do you guys pitch one of the Suspends, or do you pitch the Force and just keep card advantage? I do have 3 other Forces in the deck that we might just draw into. I'm on board with pitching Force. So yeah, and actually I quite like this hand. If it's Boggles and they keep a Spirit Dancer hand, then Suspend should be pretty nutty. We're going to see Tideshaper as a 1-drop this game. So it's not Boggles. Very nice. It's a Lavamancer, huh? All right. Well, they don't have a lot of cards to fill up their graveyard, so I'm not that afraid of that. And we do have these Suspends. Okay. Deck's hooking it up for now. Next turn, we can Trickster, maybe eat this Lavamancer. That would be slick. Opponent stuck on 1 land. Say it ain't so, opponent. I might have to make it an island. Say it ain't so. Okay, good. Good. Because I'm just passing the turn here. Don't blow up my Ether Vial, bro. Good. So for those of you new to the stream, I'm totally down with getting suggestions. I know some streamers don't like taking suggestions from the chat, but I'm all about it. Let me have it. You guys are all smarter than I am. Whoops. You didn't want to use your removal spell on this stupid Trickster, did you? And I've got to follow up Tideshaper, just trade with this guy. It's a worthy trade. I think I'll probably do it. Just get this stupid thing off the battlefield. I did come out of retirement. I did. What are you going to do, opponent? I'm just about to eat this card after you mulligan to 5. Doesn't feel good. Hey, another Tidebinder matchup, right? All right, so we're getting pushed, which is fine. You know what? I think I just have to take this damage here, guys. And then I play Tideshaper next turn with the island effect. Take them off their red mana. That seems okay, right? Yeah, we don't have a lot going on, so potentially we'll draw a 2-drop. So, am I trading with this guy? I don't think so, right? I'm just going to turn one of his lands into an island. They are low on cards, low on resources. This guy's not really threatening right now. And again, we can just suspend him right now if we feel like it. All right, so we are on the same page, I think. Vial up to 2, opponent with the follow-up. All right, no follow-up. 2-drop. Blah. And then you're going to have to respond like with their red mana or whatever to bolt this Tide Shaper. I mean, then we're basically top decking, but we've got Mutavault, we've got our tempo tools. I guess we'll see how it goes. I don't really want to suspend this guy. I don't really want to suspend him, right? When I cast him again, do I get to kick? I think I do get to kick, right? None of this really matters. Like, they've got a Lavamancer. Like, what is the Lavamancer's not doing anything for now. Do you guys want me to suspend this guy right now? All right, let's try it. Let's see how it goes. I've got an extra suspend, I guess, in hand. Maybe make the opponent use their extra push or whatever. Oh, okay, suspended. So I was freaking out there. Now, if I just draw some Merfolk, like, this game should go swimmingly, I guess, right? All right, opponent. What do you got for me? But once again, suspend is really not that great in mid-range matchups. And as far as I understood when I put the deck together, Jund wasn't what I expected to find in literally the first 2 matches of a league. Swimmingly. Okay, sacking a land on turn 4. I can dig it. I don't know if they know that it's coming back and it's going to put a counter on this thing. Maybe they're just flooded. That would be a good explanation. Actually, no, unfortunately, they get to ping my guy when he comes back, right? They get to kill him with the whatever. Or, yeah, they just get to kill him. It doesn't matter. They could float red and then kill him. Yeah, probably not attacking now, right? So, all right, we're going to keep this where it is, and we're going to start drawing Merfolk. Okay. Am I going to suspend another one of these? I think I'm going to suspend him again. I can always pick Oboro up, so I don't have any problems playing it again. You always have to pay the kicker when it gets recast, for sure. So that's becoming an island, unless you want me to use this other suspend right now. In which case, this is officially the wackiest game of Merfolk I've ever played. Two Merfolk just chilling in exile, playing patty cake, playing some tic-tac-toe. Go join your brother, my friend. Enjoy your time off. You deserve it. Nah, I think it's all good. I think it's all good. We need creatures. We don't mind messing with their mana. Okay, are we gonna see like a Bloodbraid Elf now? Are things about to get legitimately scary? Oh, it's just Lurrus to hand, leaving up Grim Lavamancer with... No, they're just gonna attack, right? I have no cards. That would have been a good reason to leave Oboro back to bluff the block. Yeah, all right. So, Tide Shaper, number 1. You tick down. Tide Shaper, number 2. I've never actually cast something off Suspend, I don't think. We say, okay. And then it's going to ask us if we want to cast it, and we say cast it with the kicker. We kick the crap out of it. Can I kick it? Yes, I can. Ask me again. Can I kick it? Pretty sure I can. Opponent using all their removal all day. I can dig it. Even with extra red. Oh my god. Guys, I'm flooding so hard. If I was paper here, I would fake the Ether Vial and then pass. Like, just a little touch. A little touchy touch of the Ether Vial. Just so the opponent, like, feels a little bit scared to get in with that Lavamancer. So this is kind of annoying because playing against Jund, we've drawn 2 Suspends, which I just take out in games 2 and 3. We draw 2 Suspends, 5 lands, and Ether Vial. The opponent's getting plenty of time to, like, draw back into this game. Whereas, you know, oh god. That's one of the best Tidebinder targets in Magic. Yeah, I haven't really been drawing Sviolin that much. What you gonna do, Lavamancer? Yeah, that's what I thought. See, like, you gotta understand the power of bluffs in Merfolk. People think it's a dumb deck. Maybe it's an obvious interaction, but, like, if you don't think about it, it's not obvious, right? Can I kick it? Yes, I can. Yes, I can. Merfolk. That's what I'm talking about. I'm gonna play this Merfolk right now. Draw some more cards. Gonna play some more Merfolks. Oof. This guy's already level 3. They draw another land, they get to super protection. This guy has haste, but he doesn't really want to get in right now. I will continue to leave this land in my hand, and I will take out some of these non-creature spells in game 2. This is a bummer. They have an activation up with Lavamancer to make my blocks bad. Nah, it doesn't wear off. It stays. But then they untap on their next untap step. It doesn't like untap immediately, you know? That never ever happens with Tidebinder Mage. People have, like, bolted it on their turn with, like, a tap Swift Spear, and they're like, oh, my Swift Spear didn't untap. Why didn't it untap? It's like, well, because things just don't randomly untap. It's your main phase, man. Like, are you playing Twiddle? Maharagery, perhaps? Merfolk, I didn't use to side out all my Ether Vials. It's just another target that they can hit. It's not the end of the world if they blow up an Ether Vial and kill our Lord, unless we're, like, screwed on lands. It just means that they killed the Ether Vial instead of making us discard a card, right? It's sort of fine. Ether Vial is super powerful. Lets us play the game on our terms at our pace. We can play a lot of tricks. This Hex Drinker is going to be a pain in the butt. Yeah, I think I might have kept in 3. I'm not sure. But obviously, these are very, very different builds of Jund, right? This is like Luris 1-drop Jund. Like, Silvergill into Sviolin would be pretty dope. Silvergill into Silvergill. Not well, yeah, that wouldn't work because I wouldn't have a Merfolk to reveal for the second. I'm just drawing really strangely for this matchup. Okay, all right. There's Echoing Truth. Maybe I bring in Echoing Truth. You know what? I do bring in. I think I leave in my bounce against this deck. Because they overcommit to Hex Drinkers, and then we get them with bounce. Like, this guy's definitely all in on turn 1 Hex Drinker. Let's see. Should I bolt the Silver Gill Adept or should I level up my dudes? Okay, level up the dudes. So no Tidebinders in the main, unfortunately, but we could potentially draw something other than lands and Forces of Negation. Possibility. Okay, well, late to the party. So this guy can get maxed next turn. I don't think I'm blocking, so I think I'm attacking. It can't kill me next turn. Drawing those 1-drops. Best time of the game. You know, even though like we're like 99% to lose this game, you still want to keep it tight. Like, for example, getting that attack in, right? Like most people would say, like, that attack doesn't matter. But it does matter. Because they're just going to level these dudes up, right? And go hard. I think this dude mulliganed to 5, and we just drew absolute garbage. Ugh, we mulliganed to 6. I mean, you can glass pool Sviolin, but yeah, it kills it, yeah. So, all right, we got some 4/4s here. I think it's probably chump block time. I don't want to, I mean, I was talking about staying tight, but like, all right, I go to 5. Means that next turn they just kill me with the 6 very easily. If I block, I go to 9. Should be able to stay alive. Tapping their lands is kind of pointless here. Just drawing lands and 1-drops and suspends is a little bit weird. Sup, opponent. I mean, I am more than 2 minutes ahead on clock. So, I mean, you guys tell me what you think. Am I bringing in Echoing Truths on top of Suspends to deal with these guys? Maybe I just keep the Suspends in. Rather than, I don't want to bring in extra bounce, but I think Suspend is fine in this particular setup, this matchup, right? With this build. Yeah, we're not getting there. I think it's time to just pack it in. I'm not going to waste anybody's time at this point. I couldn't have tapped the land last turn because he had Summoning Sickness. It could be Death Shadow. They do have lots and lots of removal. So we're going to start off with the Tidebinder Mages. It's possible that Tricksters and Tidebinders are okay against. I like just having. I think I might take the Suspends out. It is grindy. We want to be able to grind. We want our card value to be high. It's a Tarmogoyf deck. Almost certainly, it's obviously a Grim Lavamancer deck. So these are good cards. Honestly, I mean, the fact that Tide Shaper draws removal, I kind of like that. Oh, I'm taking out Forces. I really don't care about Forces at all in this matchup. And that gets us super close to our 60. Yeah, I think I'll just take out 1 vial, maybe. So this is my cuts. These are my cuts, and these are my ones to bring in. I'm going to run to the bathroom real quick. You guys can let me know what you think. So you guys think maybe one Echoing Truth or something like that? I don't know. You know, I was just thinking that this deck that we're playing against, I'm going to go ahead and submit. The deck that we're playing against, they run very few lands. They actually, like, flooded that game. But if they get stuck on lands, you know, Dan the man could tap their lands, ruin their plan. Maybe we can get a good hand. Okay, I'm in. I am in. That is a good hand right there. So in a spot like this, they could like Inquisition, in which case they'd most likely take the Silvergill Adept. So I think leading with Mutavault is correct, because then we get in an attack. So I'm going to lead with Mutavault here. That's fine, Tux. It's a kind of a close call. I'm just going to cast Silvergill no matter what next turn, so it's all good. There's very few spots where I actually would play. That was a very good draw. Where I play Mutavault first, but this is one of them. And we'll just reveal a Lord because no real tricks. They assume I have 8 of those guys. I'm going to have 1 in hand. 1 drop. Well, Mutavault's good. Everybody complains about Mutavault. Not naming names. We can play pretty well with Mutavaults right here. Now, Tux, I'm going to stand by the fact that I'm pretty sure it's just correct the way that I played this here. You don't let them Inquisition into like no value for us. It makes no sense. And 2 damage is a big deal in this matchup, in every matchup. Are we just leveling up? Is that what we're doing? Do it, please. Oh my god. Amazing. Amazing. And no attack. That's how this matchup is supposed to go. Okay, there's the island. Play a Mutavault now. We get to attack with 2 Mutavaults next turn. Seems like a pretty nice line. I think I let them level up, and then I violin Tidebinder with the first thing on the stack. Seems good to me. Yeah, I'm actually thinking about just going like super aggro. So Mutavault, Regery. I mean, super aggro would be Lord, but that's just 1 extra point of damage. I'm not sure. I mean, next turn we should be able to win anyway with just another body on the battlefield. So I do like playing Mutavault here, although normally, as I said, like very, very frequently you want to lead with islands. But for now, we want bodies. We're going to be able to activate both Mutavaults. Let's see if they want to try to trade here, because if they do, then they get massively blown out. Seems like a bad play if they do that. How afraid are you, opponents? Not that afraid? Could actually, I think the lower import creature is Trickster here. So when I should just let them tick up, and then just, yeah, it's protection from instants. Just let them go bananas, tick up as much as they want. Yeah, you're right. Protection from instants. But if they use their mana like on removal instead, then maybe I flash in the Lord just to bring the beats. Snow-covered swamp. Interesting. So Thoughtseize means that's interesting. I don't really want them to take the Lord. I guess I give them their pick here, right? Yeah, I think I just let them choose whatever they want. Well, Tidebinder's pretty good. Tidebinder is pretty good. I think I like Tidebinder here. Now they get to pick. And they lose 2 life. And they have no blockers. And they have 2 mana. Okay. So, I mean, odds are they're going to take the Lord, but if they take the Lord, we've got Trickster if they play another blocker, and we've got Lethal on board. So it might just be a scoop here. This is a really good hand. Really good hand. So is anybody in chat completely kind of unfamiliar with Merfolk? Are there just some modern players, or even unfamiliar with modern players who just happen to sort of be a little interested in Merfolk, maybe since you saw the cool cards spoiled in Modern Horizons 2? You don't count Paintball Demon. Opponent's thinking really hard. I don't know that they can do very much. Maybe if they have 2 removal spells, that could do a good job. But remember, I've got 2 Mutavaults that are going to be live, so tough spot for the opponent. I mean, it's super GG if they play a creature. Okay, so bolting the Tidebinder Mage is not going to untap the Hex Drinker. Maybe they miscalculated. Okay, it's just GG on board anyway. Oh, they don't know. They do know that I have a land. So I don't know if they did those calculations. Okay. So CM, new to competitive modern, usually janked. Pursued Thassa combo. Cool. Been playing Merfolk since Ixalan. Awesome. Not the best set from Merfolk. Hey, thank you so much for the subscription, Atticus. That's awesome. So you play Merfolk since Lorwyn. Wow. OG. I played Magic like when I was in high school, which was like a bazillion years ago, and back then we were just playing like crawl worms and stuff during our lunch break. Then it took a big break, and then I don't know, it's gotta be like 10 years ago now. Some of my friends were like, I heard somebody mention like Magic the Gathering, and I was like, Magic the Gathering? Like bringing back all these memories. Crawl worms. Thicket basilisks. And yeah, and I started playing again. Didn't immediately jump into competitive Magic. It's kind of a hard thing to do. We when we were trying to figure out what formats meant and like what to do, I think we decided to play like with the legacy card pool, but we all just had like homebrews. So let's see. Been following a lot of tribal decks. Yeah, Merfolk among the faves. Quit Magic when you were 13. All right, cool. Yeah, welcome back. Let's I think the build is sort of fine here. They are in on the Hex Drinker plan. So what do you guys think about a little bit of bounce? Should I bring in some Suspends? Maybe 1 Echoing Truth, 2 Echoing Truths? What do you guys think about that? And what would I cut? Maybe I could cut a couple of 1-drops to bring in, you know, a couple Suspends or an Echoing Truth or 2. You know, just is really for the Hex Drinker plan. Like, if they just start going in on Hex Drinker, it's such a massive tempo blowout if we can just bounce those things. We've only got like 40 seconds to talk about these cards, though. So if anybody has any opinions, I think the configuration is solid. We've got all our creatures we're going to be punching in. I also think it seems pretty good. On the draw, I could cut a land. That's a good point. So I think I'll cut a land. I will cut a Cavern of Souls, and I will bring in 1 Suspend. Beautiful. Opponent starting with 7. We're going to keep. I am running this dork out as a 1-drop. Maybe not the best, but you know, gotta do what you gotta do. Got Lord, basically. So, is he gonna kill this guy? Like, just push right away? Okay, we are gonna need to draw land pretty soon. We've got 2 more draws to hit a land. Barring that, we could hit a Silvergill on our next draw step. Opponent's like, do I bolt it? Do I push it? Do I bolt it? Do I push it? Tough decisions, opponent. Tough decisions. Yeah, Wrenn and 6 would do me, but they're thinking pretty hard about this removal, so I'm guessing they don't have Wrenn and 6 in hand. Bolt it. Push it. Push it, bolt it, dismember it. All right, well done. All right, I think we might be seeing some shadows. All right. Oh, is it the double shadow hand? Oh. Give me a land, please. Good God. Okie dokie. So, all right, so the plan is play a Lord now, take a hit from Death Shadow, draw a land, play a Regery. It's too slow. My thought was get double value out of Trickster by getting Regery down, but this is super aggressive. Yeah, you know, just Trickster next turn is just going to prevent. I mean, the subsequent turn is just going to prevent more damage. We might just be dead here. Yeah, fair enough. I think it was a slight misread, honestly. Somebody had mentioned Death Shadow, but it is Luris, and they could easily have been on Death Shadow. So no lands, no way to damage yourself, please. You've already dismembered and fetch shocked. You don't deserve any more than that. Can you guys hear the rain in the background? It's like a tropical heavy rain right now. So, I mean, keeping the creature interaction in, I guess, is the ultimate sort of conclusion of realizing that it's a... Hold on, I gotta close some windows, I think. One sec. Okay. So I'm set to take 12 here, right? Plus they're gonna bolt themselves, and I'm gonna take like just lethal, right? So I'm not blocking opponent. You bring the heat right now. Double bolt, finish me off. Luris into hand. I don't know what there. Man, 6/6 1-drops. Fairest thing in Modern. Oy, okay. All right. I get it, opponent. All right, so I'm just set to chump and die. So I'll just give the opponent. Actually, I guess I could Trickster and Tide Shaper and try to tread water if they don't have a land. I guess I could block this thing. Oh, they go up to a 4/4 just on level 3, right? So that's unfortunate. Tap down and chump, but then I'm double chumping. Doesn't really gain me anything, but I'll do it. Whatever. There's no... Hey guys, yeah, I'm temporarily back. I'm back to play some Merfolk for a little while, but life has been pretty distracting lately. I don't know how regular of a thing this will be, but I'll do my best. This is match 2, game 2 of a league. I'm 1-0 in the league, but we kind of misread that this was a Death Shadow deck, and we took out most of our creature interaction. So I think it's fair that I'm getting run over here. They're looking at their top deck, see if they want to draw it with the Peat land, and then just bolt and win, basically. Just pump up the Hex Drinker is almost certainly enough just to wreck me. Hood Rat, and somebody else asked earlier about the evoke creatures. I don't like Grief. I think it's too broken. I think it should be banned. Even though it might not work a lot of the time. People are, it's not that consistent. Still, like, taking the opponent's 3 best cards without any real ability to interact properly with when it happens, and leaving a 3/2 menace, it's too good. I feel like it's too good. It doesn't make any sense. It's not like a Magic card. It's like putting chess pieces into Magic. Okay, you can move your queen and kill all these Death Shadows or something. Just, it doesn't make sense. So, okay, I'm gonna crack the Peat land. I'm gonna level this guy up. Awesome, good work, opponent. I suppose I could have trickstered the Hex Drinker down so that they couldn't level it up to a 4/4, but I'm just chumping anyway, right? It doesn't matter. Double chumps. Gonna tap one thing and then just double chump. Got it. Beginning of combat. We're gonna make a 13/13. And you know, the opponent is low on time, so... Actually, no. That's just gonna end. This game's just gonna end really soon. Double chumps. No Echoing Truth. No way to claw back into this, even with tempo tricks. We didn't have Vial to get ahead. I guess I could have done a single block. Maybe that would have been better. I'm sort of a little bit spaced out. Okay, so we can still double chump. I'm kind of over it, guys. GG's. I'll tell the opponent good games. Good games, thank you. If there's anything you guys take away from my stream, it's that you should always be polite to your opponents. Yeah, it didn't matter. Yeah, I could have taken the 4 for sure. I think that was just poor sideboarding, and I guess that's on me. All right, well, double jump so far. Just kind of sad that they had the nut hand in game 3, you know? It was nice back and forth Magic in games 1 and 2. Game 3, you know, they had Dismember, like, of all things, to, like, hit their life total for 4 and kill our creature. They had, I think, 3 fetches to just, like, wreck their life total also, just make their guys gigantic. Double Death Shadow. So, yeah, we're 1-1 so far. Okay, opponent's on the play. We're on the draw. We've got Sviolin in the opening hand for the first time. We're playing against another Luris deck, which means double force is probably pretty bad. Unless it happens to be, like, specifically Boggles. But yeah, we can't play 1-drops. We currently can't play either of our 2-drops. We don't have Vial. It's a pretty clear mulligan. I would definitely bring in Echoing Truths for sure, and some Suspends. And I think I agree that maybe Relics come out. It's a Luris deck. So if I had some room, well, this is cool. We get to see how this works, huh? So yeah, we're gonna keep. And I could keep the Force and put 1 land on the bottom, and then we've got like 4 draws until no, 3 draws to hit another land for Sviolin, and meanwhile keep Force of Negation in hand. Oh, we've got Minamo too to untap Sviolin, so I'm definitely not bottoming that. it's a Lurrus deck, so I don't think there's that much to force. So I do want to have lands to play. Opponent's on their 7. Is this prowess? Suspend, interesting. Okay, well, we get to curve 1 drop into 2 drop into 3 drop. Let's hope that we don't just get bolted. Although, I don't know, whatever. Let's see. Watery Grave, Grixis. I think we're getting dealt with here. Yep. All right, well, there's a lot of Merfolk in the deck. And Sviolin without Indestructible is still sort of okay here. So they're looking at my top deck. It's just a grindy, it's probably like some kind of Cascadey deck. Or maybe it's just Grixis Control or something. Or maybe it's just, this stuff. Nothing's in exile yet. Suspend on this thing is not terrible. We don't need to do it yet. In this case, I think... Play out our 2/2 Tideshaper. Is no cause to run out the Lord yet. Just a little bit of interaction. Take them off double black for the time being. Oh, play it as a 1-drop and leave it suspend. This guy doesn't really do very much at first. He just gets in for a little bit of damage. So they've got infinite black mana now. So potentially not the best play there. I think I agree. So it could suspend this guy whenever I want. I think maybe next turn I'll play out the Lord and leave up suspend. Or another Tideshaper, I can hit this thing. That seems potentially decent. Continue to just try to screw their mana. Keep sandbagging the Lord. So let me try to... Let's go ahead and get in here. I don't think we just slammed Sviolin here. I think we want her to come down with some kind of protection. I hear you, Mateo. But if they're going to use removal, I'd much rather they use it on these Tideshapers right now. Put them on 1 black source. Okay, double blue. I don't know what's happening. Gain control of my permanent. Should I suspend in response to that? It doesn't seem... Oh, wait, but then this guy can attack while he's in, or he can sacrifice. And I have this card exiled. He could sacrifice him to cast my guy. That seems pretty stupid, though. I think I suspend my guy, right? It's tricky. Could also just suspend this guy right now, but then they're attacking with him. It's like a 2-for-1. They might have the force, but if they spend the force, that's awesome. I'm going to try to suspend my guy. We'll see how it goes. We do need bodies for Sviolin, right? So, all right. So they've got all their mana for now. Well, I'm going to hit that. Okay, fine. Weird game so far. The Tideshapers make for like strange interactions. Cardboard Live doesn't have the new cards yet, so you can't really check the deck that way. If you go to the Discord, it's one of the pins. Okay, spend. So I mean, if they're not playing anything, it seems like they have interaction up. So I'd rather the Lord get countered than Sviolin. Oh, for taxing purposes, if they've got a counterspell, it's probably just Archmages or the counterspell. So we're not paying for like Okay. And again, I think Sviolin is a little more important here. This is a real tempo deck over here, just like trying to get in with the Void Mages. Oh, I have cards in exile now, huh? Because they died while this guy was getting in. Oh, and he can only cast things. He can only cast things with his counters on them. Are they just sitting on counter spells? Yuck. So a 1-drop plus Violin would be pretty nice. Opponent might have another counter spell, which would just be dirty. Oh, well, this guy's coming in. That's nice. Oh, it's a 1-drop. So let's see how this turn goes. Maybe I don't kick it just in case I draw another 1-drop, like Suspend or something. Ugh, that was a little loose. Because, you know, why even bother turning their lands at this point? Ugh, yeah, it's just, I mean, not doing anything with that island anyway, so let me attack first. Man, I hate that I'm running this into Counterspell, but, you know, you gotta play Magic, right? Note that we also have Minamo on the board, but we're not blocking anything anyway. God damn. Opponents just having everything these games. Yeah, no point kicking. Exactly. It didn't, you're right. I didn't need to do that. It didn't affect anything, though, in the long run, so. Why did the Lord, let's see. I don't know. Okay, yeah, all of our stuff has, let's see, does this let them cast? Oh, it's card. They could cast Suspend if they want to. Oh, they have a Mishra's Bauble coming back now. I mean, we're still clocking them pretty hard, but like we've been flooding a little bit despite running 19 lands, not drawing Mutavaults. They looked at my top deck. Yeah, but the problem here, Contra, is that I don't have 1/1. I don't have 2/2 1-drop bears to run out, right? So if I had a bunch, I would just play them. Counterspell. Well, they didn't counter that, so I guess they just feel safe. Maybe they don't know that if, well, Sviolin is actually kind of scary that they can cast. If they cast Lord of Atlantis, we get Island Walk. That would be cool. Looking at my top deck again. This Voidwalker is going to go all the way, I think. Snapcaster push. On Reach wouldn't do anything if they mess it up. That would be cool. Oh, wait, did they have Revolt? I didn't. What left the battlefield? Oh, did they have a bauble already? So they have 2 baubles? I must have missed that part. All right, so blue-black, we don't really need the Seize effects. We're going to be given... So actually, oh, he's going to gain life, go to 6. We still win with the Lord off the top, don't we? Isn't this a little bit ridiculous here? That we still win if we draw an Island Walk Lord? Oh, Island Walk Lord. Opponent knew it wasn't an Island Walk Lord. This guy's getting in unblockable, so we're just done. It would be funny if the opponent saw the Island Walk Lord, just kind of knew that they were dead. But anyhow, it goes to show that maybe the power of the deck. That even though I didn't play perfectly and I flooded like crazy and the opponent had a lot of removal, we still won with the top deck there. So because the opponent looked at our top deck with Mishra's Baubles. Okay, so some number of relics seems to be in order. Tidebinder not on the menu. Forces seem sort of relevant. They have a lot of creatures actually, but let's see. The Void Walker is not ETB. Most of them are not, right? Just Snapcaster. So I think Suspend is sort of okay. Even just to sort of save our own creatures, just to try it out. Maybe 4 relics is a little bit overkill. It's not like a graveyard combo deck exactly. Counterspell could be good, but I don't really know what I'm taking out. I don't want to trim. I guess I could trim some number of Tide Shapers since we don't really need Island Walk. Dockhand, maybe also not that super necessary. Maybe Relic, like in some numbers. Yeah, that's right. That's a nice trade, I think. Hit more creatures. Very good call. So bring in the creature counterspell rather than the non-creature. We might just have to hold up mana a little bit more often. And we'll go with like 2 relics here. It's just trying to get value out of the graveyard. It's not like straight up winning with the graveyard. So we trimmed 2 1-drops, 4 forces, bring in 2 relics, 4 counterspells. Tide Shaper is a 1 mana 2/2. That's a good point. It's a good point. So maybe Dan is less useful here. I'm thinking all of our higher CMC or higher MV mono value in the new terminology cards are just going to be better for us. Yeah, absolutely. So against the blue decks, I do need to. When I was evaluating the card during spoilers, I definitely saw it as a very powerful card against controlling decks. Okay, we keep. Opponent keeps as well. Okay, this I think the Ether Bottle should be safe against this blue-black deck. Unless they force this, which would be super dirty. God. Super dirty. Unfair. Unfair, I say. Ugh. You say get Tide Shaper out. I say get Relic out. I could start the clock. Ticking. I can see it, but Relic gets to activate every single turn. I get to crack it if I need to draw land, which we will get to that point really shortly. So it's the redraw, really. Like I need lands. That force was just deadly. Okay, well they're a little slow, which is sort of fine. There we go. And opponent can counter whatever they want here. Actually, you know what? Maybe I just leave up redraw with cracking Relic and just play Tide Shaper as a beater. We don't necessarily need to draw cards right now. Like if they're gonna counter something, let them counter this thing. I'd rather them not counter Silvergill Adept. All right, I can dig it. All right, yeah, we're in a fine place. I'm not gonna activate this thing yet. Do I activate Mutavault? No, I don't. All right, start chipping away. Silvergill into counter spells. Or now, crack Relic now for the redraw maybe? No. Relic does work here, I think. Takes their baubles off. Just cast Silvergill, get it countered. Good call. Good call on the Archmage's Charm. Very nice. Get to pick that off with the Relic. It's a good one. If opponent wants to play, I guess, does their flying creature, the Daredevil or whatever, that blue-black creature, does it have flash or no? I think I'm going to keep this Relic up as well. It's been doing well. Oh, not yet. Stop. Let's go to attacks. And now I'm just leaving up Trickster, which I quite like. Snapcaster for the blocks. I could have played my land first to Trickster here. I could also suspend if I want, but I think it's a fine trade. Yeah. Yeah, it's fine. And then I'll just cast Trickster on their turn. Oh, they put Lyris into their hand. Trickster beats. Counter Trickster. Okay. Two's Violence. Interesting. Oh, maybe I should have just cast Lord there, honestly. Or maybe they just use removal to stem the loss of life here. Kind of like continuing to just leave mana up, so not tapping out Surf's Violent yet. So just play the Lord. Probably could have done it first main. Like if they go push, snap, push, that's fine. This is fine. So, any spell would have gotten countered there. So they're going to play Lyris. Drown, huh? Okay. I can suspend Lyris, which is quite nice. They're actually just tapping out for this guy. Holding up another Mystical Dispute? No, I guess not. They're picking their spot here. Maybe they have another Force? Oh, Relic counters Drown there? Ugh. Sorry, guys. You guys are on top of it. I know how Drown Unlock works, but I didn't even think about it. That's lazy. But I'm learning. That's one of the upsides of streaming, actually, is that you smart people all educate me. Okay, so they're going to look at my top deck, which is fine. Then I'm going to exile this. Oh, god damn it. Guys, I'm just punting left and right. Ugh. Forgetting that Lyris lets it cast. I should have just responded to the... Oh, I'm so dumb. Oh, that's a big punt. I deserve to lose this one at this point. It's my bad. That's a huge punt. But you guys are on top of it. I have to leave up Relic. I'll just play Silvergill. Ridiculous. So they're starting to sort of run out of cards, and Bobble's gonna like claw them back into it. I think I go for this suspend sort of on their upkeep, I guess. Oh yeah, you're right. I mean, if I cracked it then, they would have the bobble loop. So I think I'm going to try to actually hold up. Yeah, I think it's worth going to their upkeep to cast Suspend, even though it lets them untap with Counterspell. Just because when we... Hang on. Should I just crack the Relic now? Seems like they probably have another. Yeah, I guess I have to crack this now. Not be stupid. Okay, there's a land. I like the land. I'm still at 20. The opponent's not sitting on... I guess they are sitting on a bunch of cards. They have 5. That's a lot. Go for the throat on a Silvergill. Okay, now it's God, these Violins are just wild. I'm gonna Trickster on their turn. If they counter it, I suspend him, untap, cast Violin. It's all good. Could Trickster on upkeep. Okay. Just 1 power, right? It's not that scary. I could Trickster this thing and then double block it. That would be fun. Trickster this thing and then suspend Luris. Why don't I start with suspend? Opponent sitting on 3, and we've got 3's Violins in hand. So Drown can counter that, which is kind of annoying. If they have another Drown, it would counter this as well. It'll also kill it, and it'll do it no matter what, so... Oh, but getting it on the battlefield is kind of important, so why don't I just do this now? If they're going to counter that, then what do I want to tap? I guess I'm tapping down the Luris. This thing does have flash. That's what I thought. That's what I thought I remembered. Opponent on 2 cards. Seems like maybe they might be out of counter spells. Luris is almost certainly not a rogue. That'd be weird. I can play Lord and attack. That's a Merfolk line. Oh, I can play a Lord and I can place Violin. I don't know which one's more important. Violin blocks Luris, so let's let them counter the Lord, I guess. We go to attacks just to... they've got push plus stuff, so maybe we just main phase this. Hey! Now we've got Ward and we've got Violin as indestructible. It's a pity that Mutavault is tapped for the moment, but the opponent is only on 3 cards. Trying to mill me out. Still not getting that +1 effect. Lord, give me another Island Walk Lord, please. I mean, whatever. We can play that and play another one. Second main. If they manage to kill our first one. They could be holding up Cryptic here. Am I fine just getting in for 7? I think I am. And then if they tap my team, I just activate Mutavault and swing for 3 anyway. And, you know, they could... Oh, I draw a card. I love it so much. Give me a Trickster. Oh, I forgot about drawing cards. Oh, opponent's just taking it. Interesting. We don't have Minimo, so we can't untap Sviolin, but I can play another Sviolin, which seems fine given the state of my hand. Yeah, attack with the Lord would have been fine. I agree. Could have Damnation or something. Sviolin would live. Leave Mutavault up. I mean, Mutavault, good block on Lurrus right now. Yeah, I'll just pass for now. Could have played one of my lands, but okay. Okay, so their rogues are sort of swole now. 3 cards in hand. They could gain life with Lurrus. That's something. That's probably something they'll do, I guess, right? Okay. Gonna mill some more cards. So, not sure how much I care about damage here. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Trading with Lurrus seems reasonable. They're going up to 9, so currently, not they're paying for something. Another Flasharoonie. Not sure what this does. Oh, it's just milling me, right? Like, this is the time to do it, I guess. Why can't I draw Tricksters off of the Sphy attack? Trickster now would be decent. Silvergill, yeah, that's okay. I think I want to start by casting the Silvergill. Actually, maybe I want to start by attacking. They have to block. 7 indestructible. No, I want to cast something, and I don't want to let them counter it. Yeah, it's possible I should just attack for more here, for sure. That's definitely a consideration, but things are going to end up in the graveyard soon. So now, am I cracking with everybody or just with the? I don't think I attack with. Well, if I attack with the Lord here, it sort of forces the block, right? And then I can cast another Sviolin this time. No, I don't think I want to attack with the Lord. I think it's pretty important. The opponent seems pretty hard at F6'd. Give me something I can cast. Okay, that's something I can cast. More flashy creatures, maybe? No? I don't think attacking with the Lord is correct because he's giving us Island Walk. Opponent seems kind of jammed up. Okay, opponent scooped. I am a little behind on time, but I've got about 10 minutes. I'll be right back in a second. Echoing Truth? I don't know. I mean, they play, they're kind of aggro, right? Echoing Truth versus Suspend. Suspend is pretty nice. They've had a lot of mana, and their creatures are all very cheap. You mean like we want to add Echoing Truth on top of Suspend and maybe trim the rest of the dock hands or something? Have more interaction? Anybody else on that boat? You like some Echoing Truths against all the rogues trying to beat me down? Well, that was a weird game. More relics. Okay, I can dig that. And we'll trim these dock hands. Go down 1-drops a little bit. Yeah, I'm down on more relics. Yeah, let's just stick with the relics. They're trying to the rogues care about how many cards I have in my graveyard, right? So Echoing Truth is card disadvantage, and again, all their creatures are cheap. A lot of them have flash. So I think the setup is sort of okay. Just get a good hand and hope for the best. I mean, we should be pretty good in this matchup. They're giving us islands to begin with. Our Tide Shapers are naturally... well, this looks keepable to me. The opponent is mulliganing, but I am going to keep. If they've got the Force, they better have a second one. No, I like Suspend better. I've said it twice already, but all their creatures are very cheap, and some of them have Enter the Battlefield abilities, so... Force it. Force it. What you got? This guy. That guy's kind of annoying. Blue land at some point would be nice. You know, with this kind of a tempo play, bouncing it is kind of a big deal. Like taking like 6 damage off of their clock. Nice. Nice. Okay. Artifacts are a go. We've got this Tide Shaper coming to party. Cracking in for 2. They don't have Archmage up. I'm going to attack with my Mutavault too. I think I'm getting pretty aggro here. Because we've got 2 of them, and we're not really casting anything anyway. PN Salicin. I played a match last night where Suspend was absolutely just strictly better than Vapor Snag would have been. Okay. Take them up. Take them up. Love these vials with Svilin in hand. Speaking of Svilin, let's get some attacks going on here. They might just go Ambush Viper style here, but then we do have Trickster just to tap it down, just get our damage in. Could also have Push, a lot of removal. Drown is not online yet. Okay, they're going for the Throat, and that's going to be okay. And we are going to tap down their creature at the start of combat. We're currently winning the race. If you count Mutavault, we've got 3 Merfolk. And you should count Mutavault. So we might have a situation here where we can sort of get the opponent with Svilin. Okay, so just sort of massaging the clock a little bit here. Is the opponent missing a land drop on their turn 4? Okay. No, I'm going to draw another 2-drop. It's okay. Okay. Did not, but that's another thing we can use to bounce this guy. So now I think I activate this right away. And damage seems pretty relevant here. Go 6. Snapcaster. That's a silly block, actually. This violin is going to keep indestructible. So 2 of my things have... they have to sacrifice this if they want to play. Okay, it's an enforcer. Not a big deal. Nothing in the graveyard yet, except for these 2 cards. Oh, which are getting exiled. Oh, they have a violin in there. And an Island Walklord, which makes me very sad. Now, Svi is going to start drawing us cards soon, so the opponent might have to figure out how to deal with that. Blue mana, they're low on mana. Hopefully they don't have too much interaction. They have 3 cards in hand. We can suspend this Void Mage and keep him off of damaging us, off of subsequent value. Yeah, it is a weird number, right? Because the flying guy wants 8 cards in the graveyard, right? And this guy's just rest in peace. They're thinking right now about whether I have a 2-drop, which is just such a beautiful aspect of Ether Vial. Force of Negation wouldn't be terrible. You know, I could exile the extra Violin. Okay, so they're sacking this. And they're going to cast... I mean, shouldn't... I guess they're going to cast... Oh, to the end of turn, right? So second main, I guess. Maybe they're going to cast the Lord of Atlantis. That would be cool. Or maybe they'll play Mutavaults because they need a 4th land. Okay. You got it, buddy. I think I'm going to try to suspend her. She's not indestructible, though. Ours is, but she blocks well. A Lord would just be perfect here. Opponent does have a 4th land, which could represent Cryptic, but I don't think this deck runs Cryptic. They're kind of low to the ground, Lurrus deck, running Drown and other types of counterspell things. Okay. We will get to draw a card, which is cool. Oh, so weird. Let me go to attacks. Just get in with this violin, I guess. We have another one that we can violin. Violin? I'm going to violin violin. Oh, that's pretty fun. Although I guess I should try to suspend her right now, right? Yeah, seems like the play. They're on 2 cards. Get her out of the way. Want to counter it? Counter it. It's all good. We're about due to draw a Merfolk. Okay, Dispute. Nice. So opponent's on 1 card. So we are going to attack with our indestructible beast. Anything here is good. Okay, Regery is quite nice. Now we see if they block. If they block, it's quite cool for us. Because we drew a Lord off of Svi. And opponent gets wrecked. Opponent gets wrecked. Get wrecked, opponent. The last card in their hand is a removal spell. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. I still don't lose Svi, which is completely okay. All right. You know, attacking with the other 2 is sort of fine also, right? Yeah, I know. Paintball Demon pointed that out a moment ago. That I can suspend and get it back. Opponent needs to draw cards more than they need to live, I guess. No locks. Thank you very much. Have another redraw with Relic next turn. Unless we draw a blue source, then Counterspell is just amazing. Fatal Pushing. Oh, so we're just going double removal here, and then I play another Sviolin next turn? They had last two cards in hand are literally 2 Fatal Pushes. Oh, okay. I see. They're just taking off her Indestructible. That makes sense. This thing doesn't have Death Touch, right? Has Death Touch as long as opponents have 8 cards, but I've got that under control, right? So another suspend, huh? Looks like I'm cracking in with both of my dudes. Give me a card. Give me a good card. Tide Shaper. Well, that's a creature I can play. So do we want to suspend Spy, or do we want to play a Tide Shaper? I think playing a Tide Shaper just seems better. This will turn on her Indestructible again, in theory, right? Countering. All fine. Okay, they're drowning her. I have another one. And I can Vial her in to block the other. Now the opponent is finally on 0 cards. I'm running slightly low on time, but I can't imagine this game lasting longer than 4 minutes and 45 seconds more. So it's a great example of why running multiple spies is quite nice. Spice is nice. Here she comes. Indestructible. Maybe I throw in another creature just to make sure it dies. I could just suspend it. That's fine. We want our creatures, right? So blue source for Counterspell. Lock this up. Got 7 on board. Lord ends it immediately. They put Lurrus into hand. They play a land. We know one of the 2 cards is Lurrus. I could just crack the Relic for a redraw if I don't hit a Lord. Trickster. Not terrible. I think it is time to crack this, though. Okay, Silvergill, but I think Trickster's probably better. In this spot. In this particular instance. Give me a Regery. Regery just ends it also. How many lands have I drawn this game? Like, maybe just the 3 or something? Opponent cracks, goes down to 2. All of our threats are lethal threats now. Why do you mean why not just suspend? Because this violin is not really threatening us all that much, I guess. Lurrus. Fair enough. I am just going to tap down the Spy so that they have no extra draws. Get tapped. And the life gain is not going to save you, my friend. They could have a flash creature, for sure. I don't know why we're not drawing any Island Walk Lords. So now we vial this the guy in. So we make him have it here. Just attack with everybody. We draw another card also, which is kind of cool. Actually, it's super duper crazy cool. Okay, that's fine. Hey, we got a land. That means Counterspell is live. So Spy is very impressive, right? Very impressive indeed. Such a hard creature to deal with. Oh, suspend Lurrus. No, I know they're not dying. I should have suspended Lurrus. I'm half asleep. I could do it before damage even. Yes, absolutely suspend Lurrus. I forgot that I actually had things in hand that I could cast. So we'll piece this guy out and okay. Cool. GG. Chat helping me remember how to play. Yes, absolutely suspend. Suspend so that they don't gain life. Don't give them another turn. We fought the whole way to get them down to 0 cards, make them tap out, and then to not play our spells. So in this case, obviously, like, Unsummon or Vapor Snag would have been just as good. So we are currently 2-1. That's pretty nice. Let me fill up my water. Let me know what you thought of my terrible Magic playing skills in that one, and I'll be right back. So yeah, Dismember would have gotten the job done as well. Good call. So Spy is looking really impressive so far. I mean, it might be a little slow against like Prowess or Burn as a 3-drop, but it's indestructible. It's a great blocker against Burn and Prowess. It drew us at least 3 cards that game, if not 4. So, and also the Tide Shapers were excellent, right? Being 2/2 1-drops was pretty awesome. And we should note in that particular match, I think Benthic Biomancer probably would have been better than the Dockhand. Against any control deck, being able to loot away a land and get another 2/2 1-drop is actually really strong. Could be. It could be that Dockhand is not everything that we were hoping it was. It's either if Tron gets big in the metagame, obviously Dockhand's going to be great. But otherwise, it's looking like we just in general want to put the pedal to the metal, and just be attacking with our creatures, getting damage in, and I guess just like we weren't really looking for those, we're not expecting Spreading Seas to land or mana screw our opponent. Every now and then, they only have 2 lands, and Spreading Seas destroys half of their mana effectively. But the rest of the time, they just play out all their lands, and Spreading Seas doesn't hose them, thinking that Rashad and Dockhand just... it's possible it's kind of like that, right? Where tapping down one of their lands actually just doesn't really hurt them that much. No Vial, no second land on the play means we mulligan this. It's another Lurrus deck. That's 3 in a row. So yeah, we mulligan. Easy enough. This is another awkward one. We might be going down to 5 for the first time, I think. Although we could keep the hand, hope to draw a blue source. We can still cast Tide Shaper as a 2. Yeah, I'll keep this. I'll put the Force on the bottom. Sometimes you have to keep hands, particularly when your opponent's on 7, where they sort of need some love in order to actually, like, develop. But we've got some aggression here. Remember that this guy will become a 2/2 when I cast the second one. Oh, he's already a 2/2. Okay, Thoughtseize. Thoughtseize is fine. Don't take my Tide Shaper, please. Leave the Tide Shaper alone. Oh, they took the Tide Shaper. All right, now give me an island. Please, deck. Give me a blue source. Oh. All right, opponent, good choice. All right. Something I can cast. Well, we're doing some damage with the Tide Shapers. Get in there, little dude. You get right on in there. It's not starting so well. When we mulligan, we don't have Ether Vial, we don't have our colored sources, a little bit weird. So this would be a game where Mutavault would support Hrothgar's stance that it's too clunky. But we've had plenty of games so far where Mutavault has contributed damage, so I think we're still sort of safely in the... Oh, they're going into the Mishra's Bauble Lurrus part of the game already. Okay, it was Island or Bust there. Mutavault has always been, I guess, what the kids call a double-edged sword, right? Dragon's Rage. I'm going to Surveil. Okay, so it's a 3/3 1-drop. They've tapped out. This guy's going to start gaining life. They're going to start gaining... Yeah, I've got 19 lands, 4 Mutavaults. Pretty classic. All right, I'm just moving on here. They're going to draw too many cards. We fell too far behind on that mulligan. Whenever you're mulliganing, you're taking risks. If you don't mulligan, like a sketchy hand, you're taking the risk that you don't draw what you need. If you mulligan to 6 and it's not exactly super playable, it's absolutely a risk to go down to 5 because that 5 could be not very playable either, and then you just have fewer resources. So if a hand is close and you're at 6 and the opponent has kept 7, the odds of going down to 5 and being competitive I feel are worse than staying on 6, particularly when all you need is one of 15 blue sources in the deck. Anyhow, Lurrus, and we saw the baubles, so we're bringing in some number of relics. It's pretty control-y, right? Like what happened there? We got removal spells, Lurrus, we got that red guy. It's Grixis. Probably not a lot of counter spells, I'd imagine. They do have some red creatures, so some number of Tidebinder mages. All the relics is fair. I could see that. I think Force is out. I like to take them out against these low to the ground decks. Dockhand, once again, not amazing, right? Could bring in 2 counter spells, could bring in 2 more Tidebinder. I think I like the Tidebinder mages. Their bodies, they shut down that red guy. Yeah, if we're going to see all of this Lurrus, we have to retool a little bit, I think. Maybe even just like only run the Tide Shapers as 1-drops and just in general kind of bulk up a little bit. Main deck Tidebinder mages is the way. Is Suspend good here? Against mid-range, I think we already said it's not that good. So that means I can bring in some dock hands just as beaters. And I think that's probably a good place to be. We're bringing in 4 Tidebinders, 4 relics, taking out 3 suspends, 4 forces, and 1 dockhand. All right. That was a mulligan. We've tended to lose the games that we mulligan so far today. Win the games that we don't mulligan. Nothing that unusual. Opponent's going to reveal Lurrus. That's playable. And keep it. We got a 1-drop, 2-drop, 3-drop. Actually, next turn I can probably play Tide Shaper as a 2/2 unless they Thought Seize it, and then also play Relic. So opponent on 7 cards. Targeting themselves, sure. Passing, I can dig it. So I'm definitely attacking here. Definitely. Follow up with an island. If they take Spy away with a Thought Seize, I want to attack. Mutavault. Only thing that punishes, there's really nothing that punishes playing Mutavault here. So they could have like a dispute for Tide Shaper. That would be pretty loose though, I think. Oh, untapped, eh? Okay. So a push maybe. Maybe a Thought Scour. Okay. Fair enough. Tap out opponent. Oh, it looks like they're tapping out. Okay. I don't mind this guy that much, honestly. Okay. Respond to their activation. Nice. Huh. Regery and attack actually seems better than just running Spy out here, because they're just going to put Luris in hand next turn, right? Although, if I put Spylin out, they realize how dangerous she is, try to kill her right away. Well, it's not just that. I wouldn't have been able to play my creature or play out the relic. So as I mentioned, well, getting her on the board is so important. So are they more likely to have like an Inquisition or Thoughtseize, or more likely to have removal? It seems more likely that they'll have removal, even though they just cast that. So yeah, I think I like running out Regery here. And if they put Luris into hand next turn, that's a real win for us. Yeah, but if she gets removed, then it's like a. I'd rather draw. Oh, so there it is. Fair enough. We've still got a nice board state here. Opponent plays a mountain, gets in. Casts a Scourge, which is currently not super gigantic. We can tap one of their lands next turn if we feel like it. Not drawing Merfolks, so I think I start by just cracking this thing. Hey, that was a good one. So I play this, attack, and then oh no, that's tricky. I get a trigger here, so untap a land, and then I have Mutavault. Yeah, Mutavault to attack seems good. All right. So can they 17 me here? They can cast a Spylin, but that means they sacrifice this guy. Doesn't deal with my Island Walk. Okay, I'm not blocking anything. It's pretty bold, actually, that attack. Pretty bold indeed. Aren't they just dead on board? Aren't you dead on board, opponent? Should I start by tapping? No, I just want to attack with all the stuff. Attack with the stuff. Yeah, opponent conceded there. All right, well, that kind of went okay. Game 3. You know, it's more of a creature deck than we saw in Game 1, right? They have a bunch of Scourges. They almost certainly have Death Shadows, which makes me think that, you know, the bouncy spells are probably okay. In which case, unless they have multiples, which, you know, we lost to 2 Death Shadows last time, Suspend is just better because they can't just recast their incredibly cheap creatures right away. Yeah, so we're bringing 3 Suspends back in, and maybe just trimming these stupid dockhands. I mean, they have Natural Island Walk. It's pretty nice. Oh, Tidebinder Mages, right? Like, we're not that afraid. Maybe I don't need all the Tidebinders. I'll keep 2 of the dockhands in. 2 of the dockhands, 2 of the Tidebinder Mages. Do we bring in any truths to keep the creatures bounced? I think we've got Tidebinders, got Tricksters, got some Indestructible, 3 Suspends. What do you guys think? More Tidebinders, more Echoing Truths. They do have Island Walk, it's true. But they are just 1/2s by themselves. And it's not a matchup where I really care about tapping their lands. Like, we're trying to use our mana, like, in the early part of the game against these kinds of decks, I think. Like, rather than slowing them down, we're trying to speed ourselves up. Tidebinder, they played out this new red 1-drop that was a 3/3. They probably also have Ragavan or whatever. Okay, so Relic handles it. So if I take out the Tidebinders and just run all the dockhands, and then just hope that they don't have the monkey, I guess, even though it's probably pretty likely that they have the monkey. Final thoughts, 30 seconds left. It's pretty much unboarded, except what did we add, if anything? Nothing? Oh, just the relics for the forces. All right, here we go. I'm jumping in. Wish me luck. So we do have 3 Suspends. No Tidebinders, so not going to be looking for those, which I think is reasonable. I think we came to a good conclusion on that one. Yeah, thanks to Tux for pointing out the thing about Relic handling it. Oh, it's so close. It's so close. Just make one of these lords a land, and this is a snap keep. Although they could Inquisition me and I'd get wrecked. They're starting with 7, and unfortunately we have to mulligan. All right, well, this is a keep. So, not sure how important the dockhand is, honestly. Svai is, like, our best card. Trickster's going to slow them down, which is always huge. Silvergill's a no-brainer. So it comes down to these 2 cards here, and I think Relic is just going to be more valuable. Yeah, but Dockhand isn't there for tapping, it's just for, like, getting in, right? Oh, well, anyhow, yes. If we're discarding stuff, my point is I think Dockhand is the pitch here. So I'm going to keep, and I'm going to bottom that. I'm going to say done. My opponent's hand has been trash. The opponent had the Void Walker and then two Scourges last game. Land, blue land, please. That's a 1-drop. I think I gotta play my 1-drop, guys. Fatal Push, Lightning Bolt, all that stuff. What else? This guy. Not the end of the world. Another Dockhand. Silvergill here just to draw cards. I could get down Dockhand plus Relic, but Silvergill's a faster clock and it draws us cards, which is nice. Reveal the least offensive Merfolk here. All right. Well, should be interesting. Opponent's on 6 cards. Well, 5 cards, actually. This guy. Thoughtseize. Okay, they get to surveil. All right. I mean, it's going to be an interesting match, guys. We don't have any. We need another blue source. That's going to be clutch. Why did... Okay, they put Death Shadow into the graveyard. I guess they have Death Shadows in hand. What are they going to take? Yeah, 3 times Mutavault. I've played with all sorts of numbers of Mutavaults. This is just day 1, so I could totally see trimming down to 3. Because now it is getting to that point where Mutavault has kind of hurt us about as much as it's helped us. It's definitely done some damage. What did they take? They took Suspend. Wow, weird. Yeah, I wouldn't run 18 lands. Period. It's just dumb. So I think Relic plus Crack here is kind of clutch because it gives me the redraw at the land. It makes this guy tiny. Yes. Opponent knows I have this, and I should have probably played it differently, but I'm attacking here. Yeah. Okay, now we've got Svi, and we've got... let's see this Douthie guy. Is he gonna... What do I have with counters? Just a Suspend. Weird. A Scourge, and it's a 6/6 currently. Like Indestructible Svi seems pretty good. Now, Rejury's so good. Actually, I guess it's just... They're low on lands, which is good for us. I could use this guy to try to hose them on their turn, but they almost certainly have some kind of instant speed interaction. Trickster attack with all does 6. It is an option. It's one that I'm thinking about. Alternatively, Sviolin gives our guys ward. These guys, they have no mana, really, right? So our creatures are kind of protected. Next turn, if we draw a land, we go Rejury, Trickster, tap down all their stuff. If we draw another land, a blue source, we can go Rejury, Trickster next turn anyway. So, Dockhand has Island Walk by himself. That's cool. Rejury plus Dockhand tap. Means I'm not attacking at all this turn. Means that they get to get a clean attack in with the Scourge for nothing. Yeah. I think I like the aggressive option. And this just kills the Scourge, doesn't it? I forgot about that during the calculations, guys. I completely forgot about it during the calculations. Until I cast Trickster, I completely forgot that she just kills those things. Well, this is quite good. I forgot that Trickster was removal against the Scourge, so forgive me if I seem to not weigh that line as heavily as I should have. All right, opponent. We're gonna cast some the suspend or maybe a trickster or something. Sorry, Silvergill adept. Maybe a relic. Okay, well no, they just attacked, so they can't do it. Okay, I've got suspend now. So leaving up mana, I think it's time to cast Sviolin. Could attack for exactly lethal and just pressure them like that. The Scourge, this guy. It's gonna be really difficult for them to deal with this thing. But I could cast Regery and hold up Suspend, which I also quite like. Counter magic or removal. I mean, it is what it's gonna be. What it's gonna be. So I think I like Regery plus Suspend here. But I also like Sviolin. Oh, Dockhand is very valuable. Good call. I like that. So attack with Mutavault, hold up Suspend and Dockboy. We pause on their upkeep. Attack. I like the attack here. I like the pressure. Honestly, we're pretty far ahead here. Don't want to suspend that. That's going to resolve. Clinging to Dust. Not a lot I can do about that. So I will let that resolve. They're going to gain some life. And yeah, getting in for 7 would have been fine. I think that option will more or less be on the table next turn. And if they go after, I don't know, this is getting kind of weird. Teamer, oh my god, this is freaking amazing. Oh. My brethren, my brothers and sisters. Enjoy. Oh, that was so enjoyable. Get that battle rage out of here. Yeah, all Bori, if that's how I'm saying it. That was a good call. Like, they are low on mana, and I wasn't thinking about tapping their lands, so good call on that one. That's literally the first time I've ever used the Dockhand to tap something. So for me, it's a little bit weird because against decks like this and many decks, they're going to have instant speed removal, right? So if they had a lightning bolt, right, they would just pay the red mana and kill one of our creatures. It's like not the end of the world for them. All right, well, currently sitting at 3-1. Oh, nice. This is a really interesting Magic. Let's see if any of these guys are on the table. That guy's got 7 trophies, so that's proud. How about the previous one? Nope. My first 3 opponents didn't have any trophies. The last one had 7. I drink way too much water when I do these streams to keep my voice hydrated. So point of that is that I have to go to the bathroom again. Yeah, let me know your thoughts. This is all, as I said, super interesting Magic so far. These new cards are challenging, right? Like remembering when you can play Tide Shaper for 1. If the opponent has an island, it's like you don't have to play it like a Spreading Seas. just play it as a nice 2/2. It's just a Kumena speaker in those cases, which is awesome. And then Dockhand has Island Walk natively, which is cool to poke through, like, you know, some final damage points. But it's also Rishadan Port, which Rishadan Port. So, and then Sviolin has just been like destroying people all afternoon. So, I'll be back in a second. So, not the mana base, the Mutavaults. The Mutavaults have punished me a little bit, but I mean, it's very easy to make that observation and just say, hey, we should not run so many Mutavaults. But there's going to be another league where Mutavaults are just going to like win us 3 of the matches or something. It's an extremely powerful card. Like, an archetype doesn't play 4 of a card for a decade if there's not like a really strong justification for it. It's possible that the current build, I haven't actually counted all the blue pips, but it's possible that we do have more blue now than like in recent builds. So we might want to revisit 4 Mutavaults right now, go to 3, go to 2. One of those. It's absolutely, without a doubt, important to be able to cast our spells. But when people see Mana Screw because of Mutavault, they immediately go to, oh my god, it's so clunky, take it out of the deck. But it's one of the best cards in the deck. So, you know, it just is. So, oh, I'm sorry. Post Morodes. I'll give you a quick look at the deck. My bad. I should have checked before I left. So here it is. I'm gonna keep reading chat while you guys look at the deck. No, I think 19 is definitely fine for now. I think after this league, I will, and I can do it now. I can just trim 1 Mutavault, and I can go up 1 island. Okay, and that's an easy change. This isn't going to take effect for the next match that I play, since it's part of the same league. Dockhand is also kind of mana hungry. I mean, it's only mana hungry in some matchups, you know? So, in certain board states. Other times, we're definitely going to want to attack with it. So, I don't know that that's really a rationale for running more than 19 lands. Muta Synergy, yes, exactly. So that's something to keep in mind, is that Mutavault is really, really nice with Svi. Let me fill up my water one more time, and then we'll finish it up. Yeah, so I was going to say, typically when you 5-0, it doesn't happen when like you're getting borderline hands and mulliganing every other game, which sort of feels like we've been doing in this league. We've hung on. We got 3-1, as you say. The Jund deck had sort of unexpected double Death Shadow, which we could have had a nice answer to if we had, you know, intelligently brought in the Echoing Truths, but I was really thinking about it more as like a Grim Lavamancer, like Hex Drinker kind of deck rather than a Death Shadow deck. And so we don't necessarily need to worry about, like I had the Tidebinders for the Hex Drinkers, we had Tricksters, maybe the Suspends, but I didn't bring in the Truths, I don't think, and I know. And yeah, they had the Nuts. Like, we lost to the Nuts in 1 game 3. Excuse me. And we won the other 3 matches. So Hey, Vismore FR. First time on your stream, really enjoy it. What's the reasoning behind 19 lands curves higher than before? Than before Sphy plus Dan activation cost mana. Well, the rationale is that in the past, Merfolk has oscillated back and forth between 20 lands, 19 lands. You see a result like a 5-0 or, some top 8 somewhere. It's either going to have 19 lands or 20 lands. 20 lands hasn't been the one and only option ever. People have been putting up impressive results with 19 lands for as long as I've been playing Merfolk, which is it's like somewhere like 8 years or something now. I don't know exactly. So it's always been an option, including when Master of Waves was in the deck. So the curve used to go up to 4. We always ran Regeries. Sometimes we ran Kira, Great Glass Spinner. So we've always had mana demands, both blue demands and just basic volume of land drops, right? Now that we're down to 19 lands, now that the curve is lowered to 3, capping it at 6 3-drops, 2 Regeries, 4 Spies, it's a low curve. And I have to say, in this league, even though, I've gotten stuck with Mutavault a couple times, I haven't really felt in general like I've been getting mana screwed. There have definitely been games where I gotten flooded. You guys, if you've been here during the stream today, you would have seen it. I've had games where I've had like an Ether Vial and 8 lands or something like that. I don't like Glasspool Mimic. I like my lands to be able to make mana immediately. And Glasspool is a land some percentage of the time. It's you have to sort of form opinions in Magic and sort of try to live by those opinions and make observations based on how those opinions perform. It's similar to the idea of like, why not Wonderwine, or what is it? Not Wonderwine, Waterlogged Grove. And, it's a great land. But what's the downside? Well, it damages us, right? It hits our life total. And, there's a ton of prowess. There's a ton of burn. There's a lot of aggressive decks in the format. And if you start running a couple of Canopy lands thinking that there's no downside, you're going to get opening hands that have, your 2 Waterlogged Groves in it. And you're like, well, do I mulligan this? Or do I keep it? And you're sitting there looking at two blue sources. Yeah, I'll keep it, right? And then prowess just wrecks you and you deal 6 damage to yourself, right? So in pros and cons of all these different lands you could be running, as far as flooding or getting screwed, again, people have been running 19 and 20 lands forever. Since we don't have 4-drops, I'm trying, and we also have free counter spells. A lot of 1-drops, low on the curve, mostly 2-drops. We've got Ether Vial to take up to 3. I think we can deal with 19 lands for now. Let's see. What would I take out Suspend for? Like if I'm sideboarding, like in certain matchups. It's a new card. I mean, we have to kind of take it case by case, but most decks have creatures, so it's usually pretty good. If it's like a very controlling deck, or if the creatures all have ETB abilities, you might consider sideboarding it out. All right, so let's go ahead and see how this last league goes here. Actually, I have a bunch of texts. I need to just check what people are saying to me. So once again, thanks so much for joining me, guys. I know you have a lot of things you could be doing with your time. It's Friday afternoon, so I really appreciate having you here with me. Okay. Right, nothing there. All right, let's go back. All right, cool. I'm going to a dinner with like 7 people tonight, so I'm going to have to be speaking all night too. Mathematic, that's a fine opinion. I addressed it earlier in the stream if you want to watch the replay or something. Long story short is that Echoing Truth's ability can target our own creatures, which we often want to save from removal. And it can bounce multiples. It's a wrath against any kind of tokens. It bounces 2 Scourges, really, really high upside. And when I've played with Borrower extensively, and I find that I very often end up not casting the fairy. Or the fairy just ends up not doing what it's supposed to do. Like, you really want it to block, but it can't really block well. Opponent kept 7. Okay, it's just good old burn. So this force is going to be okay. We've got an Ether Vial here, which is interesting. I can play my second 1-drop and play Ether Vial. Am I shaping some tides here? Like, am I just casting this, making this a 2/2? Thing is, I guess so, right? I guess so. We can squeeze Ether Vial in on turn 3. No real need to play the Mutavault out yet. Not attacking with it yet. So run the Cavern, increase my access to colored mana, and yeah, I guess we're doing it, right? No, I mean, it's a good play, right? I mean, we can play Master and swing for 2. We could play Tideshaper and swing for 1 and play Ether Vial, but we can just... Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's see how it works. It's new. It's interesting. Let's punish. Now, I guess I attack, right? Yeah, I attack. We racing. You got your 2/2. I got my 2/2. Is he going to waste a burn spell on this little guy? I guess we'll see. Oh, definitely blocking. Get at me. Get at me. Rishadan. Okay. Let's just go ahead and block. If they play an Eidolon, that's actually quite good for us here. I would just run out Ether Vial. Not sure what's happening. I'm going to suspend 2 Rift Bolts. Okay, just Searing Blazed my dude, and it was F6'd, but it's sort of fine. I wasn't going to pitch my Lord to counter that anyway. Okay, so Ether Vial plus Lord. Opponent's on 5 cards. Don't love it. We could try to hit like a Silvergill, draw back into card advantage, Swift Spear, whatever. Lightning Helix. I'm gonna counter that. That's fine. That's a fine counter target. Next turn we crack back for 5. I can dig it. Hopefully draw another 1-drop. Or I don't know, suspend maybe or something. Some kind of life gain spell. Oof. Oof. Yeah, I think I gotta do this here. I think I gotta do it. Let's go. Let's rumble. A little scary. Opponent's got 4 cards in hand, redraw on the table. We have 10 power on the table. They're drawing lands. Feels good. Is it like double Searing Blaze or something? It's a hard cast Rift Bolt. Okay, I can add a creature. I can deal with that for sure. Okay, all right. I mean, this is what burn does, and it's not that scary yet. They do have that redraw. Give me something good, deck. Give me something good. Counts. Definitely counts. All right. Back and forth and back and forth. Well, they're on 2 cards with a redraw. That's plenty for burn. So it's all about the top of their deck. We always like to see them start off by cracking the Sunbait Canyon. Okay, that's not what they're doing here. Okay, they've got 1 card in hand. This is going to be very interesting here. Okay, they didn't attack. So that's a good sign, because if they had a burn spell in hand, they would have attacked. They would have burnt this guy, right? And then they would have gotten in for 4. There's no burn spell in hand. They do have that redraw. Come on, deck. Ugh, okay. I think I still crack, and then I have a blocker back with Mutavault. They might have a bolt, I guess, now for the Lord or something, but do I only get in with the... Do I only get in with the Mutavault? Let's say that if they burn a Lord... Yeah. I don't love that. I think I just attack with the Mutavault here. No reason to blow myself out, I don't think. Although, again, I don't think they have a burn spell in hand, but let's see how this goes. Okay, it was just a chump. Guys, I think we're doing okay. That was very conservative, but I feel like I have a read on the opponent's hand. They're going to Boros Charm. Yikes. Okay, so it's top deck city now. All right, so, I mean, completely resigned to it. It's just, they're going for the redraw. They have a lot of cards that can do it. At least, okay. Got there. Opponent shows the lands. I told them are a gruff. I mean, there's nothing I could do. Yeah, so the burn spell in this case was the Boros Charm. Yeah, because if they had like a regular lightning bolt, they would have just killed the Lord and attacked for 4. No, because then they would have died on the crackback. Yeah, so that wasn't on the table. The Boros Charm couldn't have targeted my creatures, so it's throwing my calculations off a little bit. Okay, so Tidebinder Mage, let's go. Counterspell, let's go. Echoing Truth, I don't think so. Rishadan is weak sauce, I think. You guys can talk me out of it, but I don't think it's that great. Regery dies to the Lightning Bolts. I think that's kind of a weak card in Burn. Oh no! So I'm sorry, I can't see the chat right now because my phone just died. But I need, and that's how I see my chat. It's like my second screen. So none of this, none of that. Suspend is kind of weird. It's kind of okay. I could trim probably at least one of those. Our creatures seem to line up pretty well against theirs, I'd say. Maybe Suspend is good. I think Sviolon's a little bit clunky. Maybe I trim one Sviolon. I kind of like the Tide Shapers. I mean, they're 1-drops. Trim one of these. Don't flood on 3-drops. So phone is restarting. I'm just gonna catch my breath. I've got another 45 seconds or so. So I don't. It's pretty close. Like right now, I think everything I've done with the sideboard is pretty close. Tidebinder Mages are huge in the matchup. There was no Ether Vial that game, right? So the opponent might not bring in like the artifact destruction. All right, so we have to go ahead and submit the deck. I'm almost back to chat. Sorry about that, guys. Didn't realize my phone was at 1%. Huh. Opponent's mulliganing to 6. All right, guys, I'm back with you. I don't think 5 lands is where we want to be. I really want an Ether Vial to play around their Eidolon. So yeah, we're gonna mulligan. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. Opponent mulligan to 5. Guys, I think we're cruising to this 4-1. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, but we are gonna keep. And we are going to bottom one of these Sviolins, and we're going to just crush it with 2 Ether Vials. Sick. No 1-drop. Dig it. Counterspell. Let's get that second blue source. Go gadget Ether Vial. Opponent is going to play an Eidolon. Maybe they're mulliganing to it. Maybe they think it's excellent. Bolt to the face. Bolt to the face. Smash. Okay, that's something that happens in this matchup. They're down to 2 cards. Second Ether Vial. If opponent has 2 smashes, they're right up back in this game here. So, okay, Eidolon. I think we can deal with that. 1 card left in hand. Okay. Now things get interesting. I think we just play into whatever they're working with here. So I am going to play the Tidebinder here. Take 2. Now this thing is just preventing 2 damage from this hitting us, right? So it's even trade. Now, soon we're going to be able to get Counterspell up. We do have to be careful with Eidolon. We have the Ether Vial, which in theory should be good enough to get us through this. Opponent's cracking, which obviously not great for them. Play another land, 2 cards in hand. Suspend a Riftbolt, 1 card in hand. Now, if they try to go for Tidebinder, we could have... Oof. Okay, I think I just chill here. Like, I mean, I definitely attack, right? But I don't think that there's any reason. I could play a Silvergale Adept now to try to draw land. That's something that I could do. I could also take another 2 damage to play a Silvergill, and then Violin another one, so I have a lot of creatures, so that Sviolin is indestructible, though I don't think she's getting... Yeah, I think we're on the same page. We're on the same page. So this is going to go after Tidebinder Mage, and I think I'm just going to counter it. Like, why not, right? They're taking damage, so I can take damage. Counterspell, I don't have to bounce any of my lands, like Deprive. That feels good. All right, deck, let's go. Come on. Give him some lands. Let's just get through this. Skewering this dude. I do have forces, so why don't I Violin Silvergill Adept now? Okay, land is nothing I can do about the skewer. At least it's not a opponent's on 1 card. I don't think we Violin Sviolin. Do I? They just keep chilling on my 2 drops for now. Mutavault is a good one. I like it. Mutavault, guys. Mutavault. It's a free Merfolk I can cast this turn. Doesn't hurt us through Eidolon. So we should have lethal next turn, or at least be presenting it. Do I want to go down to 8 here to cast Sviolin? I think I kind of do. They could have like double Boros Charm, but they don't have the mana for it. I think just chill, just chilling. Leave up Mutavault. If they attack, I could Vial in the Lord, block with Mutavault, just eat their... Wow, they are flooding. Telling the opponent the lands. I'm going to block with Mutavault here. If they remove the Lord and we trade, I think that's sort of fine. Actually, you know what? I think I'll just trade, right? I don't even need to send the Lord in. Lord comes next turn. I know this takes the opponent out from whatever lock they might be under, but they only have 1 card. Now they have 2 cards. Goblin. Yeah, they did get flooded. All right, so now we are going to get Spy on the board. Let's go. Dope. Okay. So, play Lord. Throw him in. If I left this on 2, they'd have really completely unfavorable blocks. I want Ward to be on the table, so I'm just gonna put this on now and chill. Protect the Lord. Opponent's got 1 card in hand. I'm at 10. I mean, all right, we got there, guys. Cool. Got a whole bunch of you guys here with me this afternoon. This beautiful rainy afternoon. It's Friday, just chilling with some Merfolk. We lost to the nut draw against Luris, Death Shadow, 1-drops. But cleaned up the rest. I mean, even beating pretty diverse stuff, right? Two mid-range decks, or was it? I think we beat 2 mid-range, 1 control, 1 burn, something like that. So Mystical Pot, I did not see your previous message. Let me check it out. I'm sorry. My phone might have died or whatever. So if you want to post your comment again, Mystical Pot. Don't think I saw your first message. I apologize. So thanks for the support, guys. Hoodrat, Dockhand, going to be strongest against Tron, obviously. I actually think it's pretty good against Arbor Elf decks, just because, they can untap the land that you tap down, but they're like making 2 mana with their land, so you're effectively taking them off 2 mana with Dan. Titan, obviously, also making 2 mana with a lot of their lands, so tapping those lands down with Dan is going to be pretty good. We didn't come across any of those matchups in this league, and so Dan seemed pretty poor, honestly. So yeah, Mystical Pot, you might have watched me like 3 or 4 years ago. I started off having a YouTube channel, like no live content. Some of my very first videos were a primer called Merfolk Joe's Guide to Modern Merfolk, and there's like 6 videos, I think. There was a video on sort of Merfolk and its place in the modern metagame, the value of playing a monocolored deck, like how it wins through tempo, a video on the creatures we play, a video on the lands we play. Obviously, it's a bit of outdated, but if somebody's new to Merfolk watching this, it's a valuable resource. You know, it kind of goes over how we think about Ether Vial, and things like Regery triggers, ticking up Ether Vial, stuff like that. Contra, I would definitely not go so far as to say that Dan won me that game. I was way ahead on board. We just kind of forced the opponent's hand. Didn't win. I wasn't about to lose in that game, I don't think. I'd have to go to the replay to see how low I was. Hoodrat, what are we talking about? Verdict on Dockhand. Yeah, so that's still sort of thinking about that, right? Oh, cool. You watched my guide to Modern Merfolk. That's cool. The memories. Yeah, that was like a big deal when I finished it. Like, because it was so much work. Like, each video had like 100+ slides that I had to make. But I thought it was worth it. It might be time to make another one. But what I did was I started a Patreon a while ago. And part of the point of it was if people wanted an updated guide to Modern Merfolk to sort of replace the old one, they could become patrons. Honestly, though, right now, I said earlier in the stream that I am going to have a kid soon, which I'm totally stoked about. And I just don't have that much time to stream these days. And so I feel bad if like people became patrons and I just didn't really have time to provide the content that, you know, you feel like you're paying for. It will be time to update them. Yeah, once MH does for sure. Like, they're definitely out of date. I definitely agree with that. Tripping Cat. Hello, is it League? The League is done. I went 4-1. Felt pretty good about it. The deck list is here. You can see it. If you guys are not on the Discord, I'm going to go to the Discord right now, and I'm going to make an invitation. And I can't paste it into chat. I can type the link though, and you guys can type it too, but maybe I type faster than you. So HTTPS, we've got //discord.gg. That's cute. /T BC. Oh, that's wrong. BC. You guys could also screenshot this. Capital P8. Capital C, capital U, capital F. There we go. All right, so if any of you guys want to join the Discord, there it is. You can see up here, got some links to some new stuff. The link to the deck that I just played is right here. Bob Andy, otherwise known as Contra in the chat, has a Simic build. None of this is proven yet. It's just what we're thinking might be good. Still like a budget Nikachu list here if you guys are interested in some budget Merfolk action. Probably a little out of date. Probably do with some better card choices, but it's definitely going to be a good start. If you have any questions, always hop into the Discord. There's like, I think, like 1,500 people in here. So there's literally always people. If you're like 3 o'clock in the morning in like Nigeria, like you can come here and talk about Merfolk. So like, don't worry about what time it is. Don't worry about what the question is, how stupid it might seem. Super friendly community. Always happy to help out some other fellow Magic players. So thanks guys for the congratulations. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to the kid. I'm a teacher sort of by trade. I actually trained as an architect. I'm a licensed architect. But during the last recession, things got thin and I started teaching piano, and been doing that for like maybe close to 10 years now. And I like teaching. I like thinking deeply on the subjects that I care about. And so having a kid is going to be amazing. I'm just going to teach them things every single day. It's going to be awesome. Oh, Agony. Yeah. Blue-white is a legit consideration. And we should probably have like a sketchy deck list in the pins. Even just for one, God, what's that guy's name? I always forget this guy's name. The 2-drop, the changeling. I'm not going to look at chat. I'm going to remember it myself. I always start thinking about like wandering, wandering, like outcast. I don't know. Whatever. You guys tell me. Mariner. Unsettled Mariner. Yeah. It's not wandering. It's unsettled. Like, anyhow, it's a super good card. So if you like Mariner, play it. It's super good. But, you know, you have to think, what is it replacing? Maybe Mariner would just replace the Dockhand, since he wasn't that impressive in this particular league. I'm not ready to write the Dockhand off yet. It's got, you know, legacy tier ability on it, and it's you know, above cost stats wise. So 1/2 native island walk. It's only going to get buffed by lords. I think the obvious MVP of this league was Spy, right? Can we all agree on that? Are you guys on the same page? We had some lords, we had some tricksters, we had some forces, we had some tidebinders, which were very good as well. Maybe they're the runner-up for MVP slot. Wandering Fumarole. That's what I was thinking of. Yeah. Svilin of Sea and Sky, clear MVP of this league, and probably every subsequent league we ever play. So crazy good. It was hilarious that like I was destroying one of my like Demir opponents, and like they sacrificed their Void Walker to cast their own copy of Spy, And it didn't get them that close to parity, but it was pretty amazing for them. Like, it drew them like 2 or 3 cards. It did a bunch of damage. Like, yeah, Agony, watch the replay. It was a good league. It was pretty fun, and particularly for analyzing new lines with new cards, you know? So yeah, it always feels good when, you know, you go 4-1, 5-0, good results in the league. So I'm pretty high on the deck. Feels pretty good. Mutavault screwed us a couple times, but it also did some good work. So I'm going to trim to 3. I'll go up to 11 islands. I'm a little more afraid of Blood Moon in the format than I am of like Boil and Choke. So skewing slightly towards islands. It could be any other land. It could be Wine Hub, not Wander Wine Hub. Waterlogged Grove. These names are like mouthfuls. Could be another cavern. Could be any number of lands. Yeah, Mystical Pot, like, it's Merfolk's time to shine. It's for real. Like, we just played against Burn, always like tier something. We beat Jund. We came close to, we took a game off of Luris Jund Shadow, and then I don't know, we beat another Jund deck, or like a Grixis deck. I don't even know. Whatever. Merfolk has always been a cool choice because while people tend to think that it's just a stupid aggro deck, all you guys watching, just, you know, it couldn't be further from the truth, right? We do have aggressive creatures, but there's so many decisions to make, right? Even if it's just like, should I play Tide Shaper and kick it right now? Or should I play Tide Shaper and get Relic of Progenitus on the battlefield? Or should, you know, any number of lines like that. Turn 2, we draw a weird, awkward Ether Vial. You know, should we kick Tide Shaper or should we get Ether Vial ticking up? It's a lot of magic math that you have to put in a lot of hours to sort of get an intuition about. We're tapping lands, turning lands into islands, suspending creatures, tapping things extremely surgically, right? It's like, if I tap that creature right now, I can untap and swing for lethal. Or I can play the Trickster on my opponent's upkeep, use Regery to tap that land. A lot of decisions. And so it's a very brainy deck because it's blue, right? It's tricky, but it's also aggressive. You turn things sideways. It's got, like, for me, it's got everything that you could like in Magic all rolled into one. It doesn't really have a combo per se, but it has lords, right? And it's kind of a combo, right? You get down a bunch of pieces, you play the lord, you win, right? It's sort of like Splinter Twin in that way. So it's got aggro. First of all, it's a tempo deck, right? So let's just get that out of the way. It's a tempo deck, but within tempo, you've got aggro and control elements, right? But then beyond that, as I just mentioned, there's a little bit of control involved, right? Cards synergize, they come together to do things. It's super fun. You don't like the aggro version? Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the blue-green version, partially because, as I've mentioned many times now, I really like the smooth mono-blue, painless mono base. Painless, okay? So Nikachu has gone on the record already without having played it, saying that he thinks Suspend is unplayable. It's not the best Magic card ever printed, but it could be the best 1-mana blue interactive creature interaction spell that was ever printed. It definitely lines up well against Vapor Snag and Unsummon. Obviously, Dismember is a consideration. But as with the mono base, I prefer not to take damage if possible. I played a lot with Dismember in the last couple days, and it was really impressive. It's a great card. Spells that let you cheat on the mana tend to be pretty busted. But I won a game last night just because of Suspend. If the metagame is all Luris midrange like it was in this league, I will have to at least move the Suspends to the sideboard or just cut them all together because in grindy matchups, Suspend is not where you want to be. Suspend is excellent against Prowess because they get their creatures all swole, they get in the red zone, and you just suspend it, and now they miss that attack, they miss the next attack. Meanwhile, you're just getting in with your beaters. What do we got in chat? Thinking about blue green, aggressive. Oh my god, are you talking about blue green? Blue green with Luris? Don't do that. So you're talking about Bant Merfolk. Actually, Bant Merfolk has been tested by people. You can work it, but the mana base is going to be really clunky. And it's just, honestly, it's just unnecessary. We've got like really nice high power level cards in mono blue. If you like just turning things sideways with max lords, then sure. Maybe run blue green. You're going to pack out the Regeries, the lords, the Simic Lord, maybe some phantasmal images. Definitely probably running some number of Sviolins. Force of Negation is one of those cards. You just kind of have to bite the bullet. If you like playing blue these days, it's like a cost of entry, right? If you ever sell out of Magic, odds are the price on Force is only going to go up over the next year or two, right? You sell out, you sell your Forces, you get your money back. Who cares, right? Pongify. How could I forget Pongify? And like Rapid Hybridization. You guys can place your bets on whether I have Rapid Hybridization in my collection. Do I have Pongify in my collection? Place your bets. Maybe not. So those of you who said no, let's see if I have Rapid Hybridization. They're literally the same card. They just make different types of creatures. Rapid Hybridization? No? Have I not messed with this online? That's funny. Okay, so I have neither of those cards. They didn't make the cut. So people have been... Okay, so I guess we haven't talked about Tideshaper very much. Soul Herder got no pieces. No, that's not true, Hoodrat. So maybe you asked this earlier and I didn't address it. I really like Endurance, the green Evoke. It's just 3 mana and it has Flash and it's a 3/4 and it has Reach. So that's excellent against a large portion of the metagame. Imagine like a prowess opponent is just getting in with a Sprite Dragon. They play a Lava Dart, it's a 2/2. Maybe they flash it back, it's a 3/3 now. And you just flash in a 3/4 blocker with Reach. Like, that's going to get some 2-for-1s. It's pretty good. There's a lot of graveyard shenanigans in Modern as well. So having a main deck card that you can, like, cast Eladamri's Call, get it, vial it in, nuke the graveyard right away, while putting in a 3/4 Reacher. Now dredges like Narcomoebas can't just keep getting in the air, right? You've got a big ol' Reacher. I like that card. I also quite like Solitude. It's pretty busted. Like, we're not going to run 4 of them, but we will run 2 of them for sure. I'm sorry, so let me talk about Shaper for a second. You guys might have to remind me of some of the cool moments with Tideshaper. It kind of forced removal against Burn just now, which is nice. We played against a fair number of blue decks today, right? So Tideshaper, actually quite amazing in those cases, right? It's, in the past when we play with Spreading Seas in the main deck, you actively would want to not play against blue decks because Spreading Seas is just kind of dead, kind of stupid. But now with Tideshaper, it's just a 1-drop 2/2. We finally get to have Kumena's Speaker in mono blue, which is just amazing. As far as how it did in this league, I think it did a lot of damage. I think it was a nice 1-drop that just punched a lot. It didn't really screw anybody's colors. But again, we're not really looking for that with Spreading Seas. Mostly just doing it for Island Walk. I don't think there were situations where I got blown out because I had Tideshaper instead of Spreading Seas. That would be an interesting question for chat. Did you guys notice a spot where Spreading Seas would have been better than Tideshaper? If so, speak now or forever hold your peace. I think it's great. I think having access to a 1-drop 2/2 is just spectacular in mono blue. I'm a little more on the fence about Dan. I think the fairest statement I can make about this now is that I just need to look for more opportunities to use his ability. For example, one of our opponents, I think it was Grixis Shadow or whatever, with the Scourges, was stuck on 2 lands, and I didn't even notice it, right? So that's something that like we all need to have in our minds as we're playing Dockhand in the main deck, right? So if an opponent gets screwed, Dockhand could be like your path to victory, right? If you're activating him to tap down lands, your opponent is gonna like waste removal on that guy, right? And then your Regeries are gonna live, your Lords are gonna live, your Tide Shapers are gonna live, your Spies are gonna live. So anytime I think we can pack a 1-drop into the deck that draws removal away from our bigger, traditionally more important creatures, I think that's got to be a win, right? Like Nikachu covered that aspect of Tide Shaper really well in his video discussing the card. Just saying, look, in the past, we'd have a Lord, and we'd have creatures, and we'd have Spreading Seas. And you go to attack, and the opponent kills your Lord. You still have Spreading Seas, but you don't have Island Walk. Okay, so, now the opponent can block, whatever. Now, instead of having Spreading Seas, we have creatures, including Tide Shaper, making something an island, and a Lord, right? So we attack, and still, the opponent can bolt the Lord, whatever. You say, well, what about situations where you have 2 Island Walk Lords and some other creatures, including Tide Shaper? They can't just kill 1 Lord because you'd still have Island Walk. Now they can kill Tide Shaper. In those situations, I would say, look, that's great. It's a 1-drop. They're spending their removal on Tide Shaper instead of the Lords. Additionally, if you have 2 Lords on the battlefield and Tide Shaper made an island, it's going to be a 4/4, which means that it's not dead to bolt, right? It's not dead to three damage spells. So it just, for me, it's a very, very obvious upgrade to the deck. The question could remain as to whether you want to personally play 2 Cs in the main deck, right? Like I could see trimming a Force, trimming a Sphilen, or whatever, wherever you want to trim some Dockhands, and squeeze some Spreading Seas in. But I said this at the very beginning of my stream today while talking about Tide Shaper. I want to show you guys an older Merfolk list and just touch on maybe what the most important element of this conversation is. So here's an older deck, right? Main deck Tidebinders. Check out the creature count, right? 25 Merfolk. In the past, that was what we could play. We had to jam 4 Spreading Seas. People got tired of it. They were like, look, I'm going to go to 2 Spreading Seas, and I'm going to play 2 more Merfolk. I like playing Merfolk. I want to play more Merfolk, right? But it's like, I still need Spreading Seas. I'm going to play Jund. I need Island Walk, whatever. Okay, so look, 25 creatures, including 4 spells that force you to tap out on turn 2 while not, actually contributing to your creature board presence. Let's go back. Look at the creature count now, right? Merfolk is running 30 creatures now instead of 25. Makes a big difference. I feel like I felt it in this league that I just played. More top decks were creatures, and that's what we want. We need to deal damage to win, right? We're not like we're not a bolt deck. We're not a burn deck. We're not a combo deck that just casts ad nauseum or whatever. We need to win with combat, and so having creatures in our deck is clutch. Right now, we're up to 50% creatures. It's amazing. Tide Shaper just does the job that Spreading Seas does. Is it worse in some spots? Maybe, right? But it's a Merfolk in the deck, being cast, using your mana efficiently to get boards on the table, right? Boards on the table, bodies on the table. So that's how I see it. Basic creature density, right? In that sense, it's a strict upgrade, right? Increasing the density of Merfolk. So let's see. Any more questions? Is Merfolk going to be your main deck? Almost certainly. I'm really psyched. The leagues go faster than with Soul Herder. Soul Herder is the grindiest deck in any format. There's like more triggers than almost any deck in the format. Compare it to like Soul Sisters or whatever, it's going to be similar. So it's nice to take a break, like to have 2 very different decks. One of them that is very slow and grindy and all about card advantage, and then one that's much more focused on sort of the pointy edge of the stick and just like trying to kill people fast with a little bit of fun interaction along the way. Could I run both Commander Speaker and Tide if the same? Of course, absolutely. Why not? That would be awesome. Hoodrat, I would say that's actually quite a nice idea, and any Simic list should be doing that. You want to maximize your 2/2 1-drop. So I would say if I'm running Simic, I'm running four Tide Shapers, 4 Kumeina Speakers, maybe some other 1-drops. Like I could see Benthic Biomancer, just because you can activate his adapt ability and make it into a 2/2. And again, Simic is all about pushing damage. Of course, Dan is still being tested. So if the power level turns out to be high, of course you can jam a couple of Dans to get your 1-drop count in Simic up to around 10. I think that's a good spot. And then you're going to be jamming like 12 Lords. Yeah, I mean Tide Shaper is a slam dunk in Simic as well. So, all right, guys, unless there's any other thoughts or questions about Merfolk, I've had a lot of fun this afternoon. It was interesting matchups, a lot of grindy stuff. I would expect to see more prowess in general, against which Suspend is quite excellent. But we still managed to 4-1 despite having a lot of relatively useless Suspends in Game 1, right? Okay, so main sideboard felt good. Nice and tight. Didn't really feel like I was missing anything. Tidebinder, definitely an all-star. And yeah, anyhow, I'm psyched. I'm psyched that we got new cards. Psyched to be playing Merfolk again. I'll do my best to stream for you guys. If you're not following the channel currently, go ahead and click wherever the button is and follow. It's free. You don't have to do anything to follow. If you like the content and you'd like to support what I do, consider subscribing. If you have Amazon Prime, you can subscribe to me for free. You might need to Google how to do that. It just takes like 30 seconds. You have to link your Prime account with your Twitch account. Literally, it's very fast, 30 seconds. And then you get 1 free subscription per month. It helps me out. It helps the channel out. It helps Merfolk players out in general. And yeah, I'm stoked, super stoked, and super happy to have you guys along. So until next time, have a great Friday evening, and I'll be back soon. Adios.